So. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the ZTO Main event, €250 buy-in live from the King's Resort in Rosledov. My name is Action Dan. I will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event, and we will crown yet another champion live from this fantastic resort. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Cards are just about to be in the air. Small blind will be 60k, big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. 24 players remaining now. And here we go with a starting field of 1,377 players. Entries. Johannes, pocket sevens, 26 big blinds, another 1+1. Starting things off, going to raise this one up to 300,000. Mr. Bird with ace king off suit. And the decision, paying just over 5 million. Wants to be 3-betting this one. 3-bets it to 8.25. I like this sizing. And look at this, Felix in the small blind waking up with the same hand as Mr. Bird. And facing an open from early position and a 3-bet from the hijack. Does move all in. This is going to be a tough one. Johannes is going to get out of the way, but Mr. Bird will have to call off his stack. It is 36 big blinds more. Wouldn't be shocked to see Mr. Bird get away from a hand as strong as ace king here. Felix repping very thin range of hands that he can 4-bet jam comfortably from an open from early position and a 3-bet from the hijack. And it is for Mr. Bird's tournament. And that's a good laydown. Going to be up against jacks. Jacks might even pass sometimes. And therefore, we're either flipping against queens or we're dominated against aces and kings. And I know that we heavily block those hands having ace king. But I think we are just flipping at best, not wanting to flip for his entire tournament with 24 players remaining. Gets away from the ace king. Nice pick up for Felix, getting his opponent to fold the same hand. And things are underway. We've got action. It's going to be an action-packed, fun-filled day live at the King's Resort in Rosledov. Hope you are all well from wherever you are tuning in. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. We've got some great new YouTube content. Brilliant new video just released yesterday. You can find that on our YouTube channel. Make sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you like the channel. We are on all the socials, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We even have a TikTok channel now at the Poker or King's Resort official on there for shorter content. Production gone in to the King's Resort. Content available is just fantastic. And if you want to find out additional information about our merchandise and indeed the resort itself, just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Olympic in the chat asking for the payouts. I'll have the payouts for you very shortly. It is about €44,000 for first, and their first, second, third and fourth will also receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So over 50 G's for the winner. Tribble says, nice man, I was here on Friday. Hope you enjoyed your stay. 939 is the flop here. Peter playing a whopping stack of over 10 million, betting 120k. We get Lucas to fold the same hand. I believe we've seen Peter at the feature table felt before. This being a smaller buy-in of €230. A lot of these players will have not played for this kind of cash before, and it's a massive opportunity to get a huge win. And just making the final table, going to get a serious sum of cash for the few days' work. 3 tables of 8 remaining currently. Niels in the hijack with ace queen, 12 bigs. Only one way to go here, all in the fella. Does move it all in. Felix with the same hand. This going to be a call for Felix. Just deciding whether to rejam or isolate or just call. I think both are fine. It depends on the exact stacks behind him. He is paying 50 bigs. It is a lot to jam over, but there is already 1.4 million out there. If he did call and someone came over the top, at least he could get away from it. Yeah, it just goes with the correct option, just calling. $653 is the flop. This one just going to go to Splitsville most of the time. Nils with a free roll. He can hit runner club, and there's one of the clubs on the turn. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the 9 of spades. This one will get chopped up. Chop it up, boys. There is the moderator, Bird, flying by to say hi. There are your payouts. All players guaranteed a minimum of €1,115 currently. Either making a 245 to go from the cutoff of Jack 6 of clubs. Johannes with the two red ladies, the small blind and the decision. We'll go for a 3-bet here off 21 bigs. Most of the time, I think we just want to be moving all in. Mr. Bird going to defend with 4-3 offsuit. Johannes with the King 10 offsuit. Ace Queen 8 is the flop. Not a good flop for 4 high. Johannes bet small to take this one down. Ace King making the 240 to go. expect to see Peter being very aggressive with a stack of over 10 million at this table. The force to be reckoned with. Small blind now 80k, big blind 160k with 160k running big blind, and that's 80, 160, 160. I want to walk you home. Len's gonna walk Neil's. Neil happy to scoop it up with 8 deuce off suit. And I really don't understand that. He's in the small blind with 10 big blinds with King 10. Golden, optimal opportunity to move all in and take the blinds and antes. I'm in shock. Them opportunities don't come up, and especially when you need to start tipping up and accumulate stack. Massive mistake there from the King 10. Stratus saying hello. Hello, Stratus. Lucas making it 335 to go with ace queen off suit. From under the goal. Lens in the hijack with pocket sevens, 11 big blinds on the all in. Felix deciding to fold. Felix raising to 325 and the cut-off. Queen Jack off suit. Good opportunity for Lucas to rejam this one if he thinks Felix is opening light from the cut-off, which he should be. So 20 big blinds, ideal rejamming opportunity with ace in the blinds. Jimbo Slice says pipe poker. Yeah, there's a few short stacks at the table and a few massive stacks, and that can happen sometimes. The big stacks really need to just keep applying pressure to the smaller stacks. The smaller stacks really need to pick their spots, not some crucial rejams and shoving from the blinds, etc. 24 players remaining. As I said, a lot of these players will be out of their depth playing this kind of money. There's a €230 buy-in. Lucas on the button with A7 of hearts, 17 big blinds. Could off just jam this one fine with raise calling. Don't really want to be raised folding. This is the problem. Now Jeremy are going to re-jam and Lucas might be able to get away from it, but very strong hand to have with sub 20 big blinds on the button. Lucas going to ask for a count here from Sharamir. It's just over 2 million. Represents about 4/5 of Lucas's stack. Lucas in a bin here with the decision for about 14.5 big blind. If you think your opponent is not shoving from the big blind with much worse than ace-7, you could just let it go. Can't call that, says Bird. Personally, I think it's fine to just jam sub 20 big blinds from the button. And if someone wakes up with a hand, then so be it. At least we're not putting ourselves in a position where we have to raise call. Updated the ship counts. Peter, ship leader with 65 big, Mills 10 bigs is your short stack, and everything in between. But in that particular instance, had he just jammed the ace-7, presume he was getting called by the ace-jack, he just probably saved himself this tournament. Oh, sorry, yeah, Mr. Bird. What kind of bird are you, Bird? There's a lot of birds out there. You gotta pick one. An albatross, perhaps. You fly like an eagle. Lens shoving all in from under the gun. I think this is fine, but we can also put that in our min raise calling range. It's going to be that strong of a hand. It just depends on how the table is playing and how wide you think the table are rejamming, or how wide you think players are going to play back at you. Page up has been reached. We've had one more elimination. 23 players remaining now, all guaranteed €1,465. Felix taking down the blind Atlantis. It's 310 off suit. Linus with a nice suited 10-9 of spades in the hijack. Raising it up. Either with the A7 of clubs raising to 360. Lucas. And it's a rejammable ace jack. The problem is it's first to act and under the gun +1. It's fine to rejam here, but you've got the whole table that could wake up behind you. You don't want to flat off this stack size. You probably let it go. Lucas getting out of the way. Johannes under gun +2. Pocket 8, similar situation. Decide to fold. Now, Jaromir in the hijack. This is going to just be too strong with 15 bigs. Chip leader opening under the gun. It says, what a hand. We have ace 7, ace queen, ace 3s, and ace jack all into the muck. Yeah, very good point. Well, ace queen onto the muck, ace queen rejamming. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, if the ace had to go into all in, the ace jack one, or the ace queen 100% has to fold. Mills on the button with ace 8 offsuit, 7 bigs. Gotta go all in to stay alive.
Plus 5.
50% of all the chips in play at this table belong to the top two stacks. Peter and Felix. 2 short stacks is Lenz and Nils. Then 4 stacks in between that 16 to 22 big blind range.
Dieser Radiosender ist der Knaller. Das ist so richtig so Fahrstuhlmusik, aber angenehm. Oder auch was können.
Peter checking his top there over to Lucas. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Both players with a post check on the turn. Trying to get some value now for Peter. Want to try get a bluff out of his opponent. I like this 3 checks. Lucas with the pair of 8s, betting 100k. Well, Peter, I'm going to go for more value here. Okay, just bet 200k in the call. He could have raised there. Very unlikely that Lucas would have a 3, a flush, or a hand that's beating King 9. So potentially missing out on value there, Peter. Check 25 is bet from Felix on 8-7-2. The 8-9 getting King 5 of diamonds of Johannes Fold. There's 22 players remaining now. Mr. Bird raising under a gun. Lucas on the button with 2 5s. Probably going to have to let this go also. Does fold. Johannes with them in from the button with the king jack of clubs. Mr. Bird from defend for 190k more, but just 6-4 off suit, 22 bigs. Goes for a 3-bet here. Icy. Now from Johannes. Most likely will play for it all. Although this looks very strong. Could just see a flop. I don't really want to fold here. 600k more. Well, just lets it go. Giving Mr. Ford a lot of credit there. Mr. Bird all in from the small lens with a very callable ace 8 of hearts in the big blind. He's got a call, does make the call, and we're off to the races. Lens 68% though with his 8 for 32% with Queen 10. 4.2 million in this pot. Big moment for both players. Will be less than 2.2 million if he loses. Lens will be out the door. Ford will be paid over 6 million. If he gets lucky, 4.2. Flop is in King 6. Good start for Lens. Turn is a super spicy one. Queen of Hearts. Mr. Bird. Nut flush draw for Lens. River is the Jack of Clubs. Lens has been eliminated. Big pop for Mr. Bird. Felix making it 3:35 to go. Pocket sixes under the gun. Peter with ace jack off suit. James says, why is commentator using potato as mic? I will refresh the page after this hand and see if that changes things for you. I'm using the same microphone I always use. Not a laptop mic, professional Elgato mic over here, buddy. I'll see what I can do once this hand has been completed. 10-3 deuce is the flop. Felix way out in front, over pair to the board. Peter betting 340 with his straight draw, 2 overs. Felix will call. Turn, this is 10 of hearts. Queen of diamonds, giving straight draw to Peter. River is the 5 of hearts. Felix just wanting to get the showdown now. Peter would want to be turning this one into a bluff. Try to get our opponent to fold exactly like the kind of hand he has. But because Felix going for a small blocker-ish type sizing, Peter just going to get out of the way. Now, guys, has that helped sound quality? I hope it does. I hope it did. 21 players remaining now, so pay jump looming from €1,465 to €1,710. Thank you very much, guys. Always let me know. We're here to help. Johannes with the Jeffries, 16 big blinds and the decision. raising 350.
Was? Schau mal nach dem.
Nils all in from the button with King Jack off suit. Peter with a very callable ace 10. Won't be folding this one. He's got 9.2 million, but still have 8 million if he loses.
Plus 5%.
All 9% for Peter with his ace 10. Basically a 60-40 here. 9-8-8. Good start for Peter. Nils trouble. Gonna need help. Turn is the 9. River is the deuce. Nils has been eliminated. Peter playing nearly 11 million now, and 20 players remaining. All guaranteed 1,710 euro. We will have a redraw when 60 players remain. So 4 eliminations away from a redraw, and when we have 16 remaining, we'll come back with 2 tables of 8. If you were just tuning in, you're watching the ZTO final day, the spring edition, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Updated the chip counts. Peter way out in front here with a third of all the chips in play at this table. Sports back, Lucas playing 12. Just 3 players now under 20 big blinds at this table. Mr. Bird then with 41 and Felix with 48. Mr. Bird at the cutoff, opening with pocket sixes. Lucas could opt to rejam this one, cut off against big blind. He's had a few spots he's got to miss out on. The fives, ace jack. At the very least, he wants to be defending. Oh dear, Lucas letting that one go. 19 players remaining now. Too tight from Lucas. Just going to get eaten alive if you're playing sub 10 big blinds and you don't make a move, because every time those blinds and antes come around, your stack is getting more and more crippled. You only have a few orbits of the table that you can survive without being blinded out, essentially. Felix going for it here with the Robbie, the Jack 4 offsuit. This is what I don't understand. Lucas could have rejammed the previous hand. He's choosing to do it now with deuces. We can see Felix not going to be calling the Jack 4 offsuit anytime soon. So it is a really nice pickup for him, but he's got to do more of this if he wants to get a stack going. But you see there, like, he added 500,000 chips to his stack just by rejamming, successfully taking down the blinds and antes and the open. Massively crucial at this late stage. Approaching 2 tables remaining, just 3 more eliminations to go. And another one bites the dust. 18 players remaining now. That means another pay jump is looming from €1,710 to 1,955. Jumps getting bigger. Peter raising in the cutoff. Lucas going all in from the button. Bad timing for Lucas, although I like the rejam. Chip leader raising in the cutoff. We've got about 14 big blinds. Peter going to be calling this one, I would think. 1.8 million more for him to call, so about 12 bigs. Wow, Peter getting away from it with ace 10 here, and that's a massive pickup for Lucas. Lucas showing the ace 8. Peter will be disgusted at that. Didn't expect to see Peter folding the ace 10. Shows how good of a rejam it is from the button there. He's getting his opponent to fold a dominating ace. Felix with the open with 8-5 of clubs. Keeping the foot on the gas. 10-7 off suit for bird. Calls for 165 more. We'll see a flop heads up. Big blind against under the gun. King 7 deuce. Very dry board. There's sevens for Mr. Bird. Felix with the continue. Going to bet quarter pot. Fires a second barrel here. And I like this from Felix. Loading up 750k to go. Putting those chips to work. Mr. Bird not going to be able to continue with just 7 with a 10 kicker. Really nice play there by Felix with the double barrel.
Je suis arrivé, ça commençait.
Felix competing in the small blind. Peter bumping it up with ace-3 of clubs. Felix most likely just going to call here with the quick queen-10 offsuit. Sexy stuff here from Felix. He's going for the re-raise, the 3-bet to 1.625 million. This is going to look very strong to Peter. It's just over 1.1 million more for him to call if he wants to see a flop. Peter might want to see a flop here, but it is going to cost him 1.15 million more. And it looks very strong from Felix, so I would expect him to just fold, and he does do just that. Nice pickup from Felix. Felix getting close to Peter now. 8.4 million playing 9. Peter raising to 500,000 from the small blind. Lucas in the big blind, just letting King 9 off suit go. Lucas all in over the top of Felix with pocket nines. Felix eventually falling after posturing a little bit in the hijack was 10-6 of hearts. Felix staying active, Peter staying active, Lucas now getting a few rejams through. King 10 of diamonds getting a walk. Oh, 15 bigs separating the top three at this table now. Johannes with 15, Lucas with 15, and Jaromir with 10. Johannes just letting and as strong as King 8 of diamonds go in the put off there. Good plan open. Then it's Jaromir on the button. Needs to be checking this one, place 5.
Biggest fault in the history of TV table Kings Casino. No thinking, no check two.
Jaromir taking down the blinds and antes, adding a $500,000 to his stack. Crucial at this late stage. 18 players remaining. Eight moving from €1,710 to 1,955. 2 eliminations away from that crucial redraw. And I just told you about the update of the chip counts. And there you can see it. Peter was still in nearly a third of all the chips in play at this feature table. Third on the button. The Ronnie Rockets. Min raising. At a 255 and a call on King Queen 5. Mr. Bird way out in front. Peter with a pair of 5s. Turn is the 9 of clubs. 925 is the continuation on the turn from Bird. And Peter not going to be able to continue here. Han Solo in the house. And look at this. Is this? Wow. Peter deciding to raise to 2.2 million on this turn. I was not expecting this from Peter. I thought this was just going to be one and done. Mr. Bird firing on this turn has all the better hands in his hand, like kings, queens, nines, king, queen, king, nine, king, 10, king, jack, etc., etc. Incredible stuff here. Now, can Peter find massive river jam? River is the 6 of hearts. Peter has to know a pair of fives no good. Decides to just give it up. Trying to make a queen or even a king fold on the turn. Deciding that that's enough. I just don't think he has range advantage on this board. Big blind against button. Therefore, not the greatest time to turn his hand into a bluff on the turn. Mr. Bird will show the 8. Take down the pot. No Han Solo. He bet 925k on the turn. Hope you're keeping well. Good to have you with us. One of the Action Army Twitch regs.
Balls like melons, man. Sorry? Balls like melons.
Felix with the open in the cutoff with ace 9. Lucas in the small with jack 9 of hearts. It's not the worst spot for Lucas to rejam. He knows by now Felix opening wide from late position. Decides to let it go. Johannes with queen 8 of clubs. See a flop for 200k more. Bet a 325 from Felix on Queen Jack 10. This is an ideal hand for Johannes to just jam. Does do just that. Felix not going to be able to continue, I don't think, with no spade in his hand. Could have opted to just check back on this board, and I would have preferred that. But I guess he can put pressure on a jack or a 10. Just think with an open ender, he can easily bet his opponent off equity on the turn and river. But Johannes with his top pair and an inside straight draw, just check jamming this one, taking it down, playing close to 20 big blinds now. Peter in the cutoff, ace-5 off suit. Min raises. Johannes in the small with pocket nines. Wants to be rejamming this one. Takes that one down with a rejam. Jaromir in the small blind with ace-6 of clubs. Mr. Bird gonna have to call this one for 10 bigs. Blind v blind with Queen Jack, I would think. All in and call. Bird set to eliminate Jaromir. But Jaromir, a 2-1 favourite. Jaromir can double up to 4.2 million. Jack 5 deuce is the flop. Incredible start for Mr. Bird. Jaromir up against it now. Gonna need a Barry. Turn isn't a Barry, it's a deuce of clubs. Barry on the river, or Jaromir will be eliminated in 18th place. And he has been eliminated. Nothing Jaromir could do. Mr. Bird now going to be playing 12 million chips, which is good for 60 big blinds. 17 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed €1,955, and we are one elimination away from the redraw. Peter making it 450 with the 6-3 of hearts. It was Lucas from the hijack with pocket aces. No 6-3 of hearts involved here. All the way around to the big blind. Felix with 6-4 of spades. Lucas raising off 14 big blinds. Felix lets it go, and that's going to bring us to our redraw, because I can see in the top right hand corner of the screen 16 players remaining from a starting field of 1,377. So we are going to go on a short commercial break and come back with 2 tables of 8 in just a few moments. But stay tuned for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few.
Right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros. I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Rosvedov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not, I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start, so that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like they're good. And you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source?
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
A little bit. Peanut butter's like most, like you said, it's a fat
Oh, okay.
with a little bit of protein. It's got protein.
Like, do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If a cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. Bam, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click, call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Got Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
I think also.
Start of the
We
day
will
too,
not
yeah.
make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
it's
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money
It's the same thing.
before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
We get bubble. Well, one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also so.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Pair and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river, and he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
Bet 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more.
Let's go.
Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan. adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
Like 2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 946. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before? Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah.
Have a good hand. That shoves.
Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shot. He would fold A6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu
King.
right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, well, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov? Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream who are
Yeah,
wondering why you're calling King 8.
Yeah, right? It's like,
You read the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Alrighty, we are back. We've already had one elimination on the outer table. 15 players remaining. Queen, Queen, 7. Jack is the board. Felix turning a full house. Paolo defending pre on the button with ace 9 off suit. Flop going check, check. Now the decision for Felix on the turn, trying to get some value. Maybe from a hand that contains spades, an ace high type hand, a hand like 8s, 9s or 10s. Paolo lets it go. Felix scoops it up. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the ZTO Spring Edition final day, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Dan. I will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event. 2 tables remaining. All players guaranteed €2,200, all chasing the first prize of €44,500. And if you like what you see, be sure to give the YouTube, Twitch channels a like, subscribe, and a follow. Some great new content over on YouTube every week. We also have a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official. You can find out information about our merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. And of course, you can find us on all the usual socials, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc., etc. Some cagey play in the first session of the day. Seen people utilizing the rejam to their advantage, accumulate chips. Big stacks going to continue to apply pressure on the shorter stacks as we get closer to the final table. Small blind still 100k, big blind 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Defending in the big blind with Queen off suit. Adam with 10, 7 of clubs. Top is 7, 6, 6. Adam with top pair. Backdoor clubs working for him. Felix just the king high. We check it over to Adam. This board favouring the perceived big blind defending range. Want to be defending more. 7x combinations, 6x combinations, maybe even 7-6 combinations. Felix want to see turn cards for 250k more. Turn is a juicy one. It's the King of Hearts. Giving Felix the best hand. A lot of the time, this one just going to go check on the turn. And the river is Queen of Spades. 2 pair now for Felix, top 2. Time to go for some value. Felix doesn't want to bet too much. Bet something around 600, 650. Just for 700. Excellent sizing here from Felix. Trying to get paid by a hand like the one Adam has. Adam does pay the man. Nice spot there for Felix to start things off. And solo aircon must be powerful. Several players have had their hair blow off. Oh, yes.
You noticed, didn't you?
Dawid on the button, pocket 10s. Mr. Bird calling him off with pocket 7s. Good opportunity for the 10s to double up. King Jack 8 is the flop. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Mr. Bird needing a 7 now, or the 10s will double up to 3.2 million. Nice double up for Dawid. Paolo, ace 10 off suit, 30 big blinds. $5.25 to go. Fab with King Queen coming in hot from the small blind. 3 betting to 1.7 million. Action back on Paolo. Won't be able to withstand the pressure. Nice 3 bet from Fab, taking it down. Paolo opening again, this time with King Queen off suit. Adam calling with ace-5 of clubs. Alexandru calling for 350 more in the small, and we're going to get three-way action to the flop. Alexandru with the ace-jack, Paolo king-queen, and Adam ace-5 of clubs. Queen, jack, 5 is the flop. Top pair for Paolo. Middle pair for Alexandru. Bottom pair for Adam. Piece of it for everyone. Check, check, check. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Alexandru with a bet of 625. Paolo moving all in over the top, and Alexandru put to the test with 2.3 million remaining. Alexandru forced to fold. Nice pickup for Paolo. Good afternoon, Apocalypse. Birdas, all good. Heart still broken. A man's heart will only break once and spend the rest of your life trying to repair it. I've spent a bank holiday weekend, so went to Manchester for a couple of days seeing friends. I was in Manchester recently enough as well, just for 2 or 3 days, I think. 2 days to see a band. Went to a comedy club, went to see a band. Nothing too hectic. Like the city though, I would like to go back. I've got friends over there myself. Flop is Queen Jack 9. Louis. Louis is open-ended, but there is 3 clubs on board. And Fab raising to 875. Louis wanting to call here. Don't be like this. Love the raise, hate the call. Does get the job done on the turn. Well, I hate the call because we don't have a club in our hand. We're out of position and we don't have a backup plan. Like, unless we do have a backup plan and are planning on turning our hand into a bluff if we don't hit, we'd have to be very sure that our opponent doesn't have a club in their hand, and we can't say that for sure. So therefore, unless we know our opponent is going to check back the turn a lot, and then if we miss, we fire on the river, it's just not enough information out there for us to come to that conclusion. Therefore, I just think it's okay to bet, but once we get raised, we just toss our hand in the muck and say goodbye. Mohan Sola says you're only looking for 3 kings and 3. I'm not sure what you're saying after that, but basically, with 3 clubs on board, we have an open ender, but it's not really that great of an open ender because we've no club in our hand. So our equity just shrivels, and our opponent can have all the clubs in their hand, especially if we don't have a club in our hand. So therefore, how that hand is going to play out most of the time is we call a raise on the flop and we get banged off our equity on the turn, or banged off our hand, and we've committed too much chips. And yes, we can hit it straight, and then our opponent can hit a club on the river or already have a flush. Bird said this is why it's a really bad call. It's either a fold or a bluff shove. Yeah, if we bluff shove that hand without a club in our hand, we've no backup plan. I just think we've got better 10x hands to jam over a raise. Fab, you're chip leader at this table with 55 bigs, short a stack of 15. It's all to play for here at the King's Resort on this Monday afternoon with 15 players remaining, chasing the first prize of over 50 grand, including a 10 grand World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Adam on the button, making it 425 to go with the ace-4 off suit. Bocklub says, oh, Dan, my mate from Sweden won a Millions event last night and he's top 10 stack going into day 2 of the warm-up tonight. Seek! Best of luck to him. I found myself absolutely dug into the EPT Monte Carlo last week. We were the rivals, of course, but it was very interesting, exciting content. 65k for the win. Yeah, just 65k. Is that all? Mr. Bird with the King Jack of Spades. Alexandru calling in the big blind with 6-5 off suit. Flop is ace 9, 9-2 spade. Good draw. Time to go for some tin value for Mr. Bird, betting 1/3 pot here. $450k total. Wasn't going to get value from 6 high anytime soon. Eights, making it 500,000. As the blinds have just gone up 125k, 250k, with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. This is a very tricky river. Two pair coming in for Mr. Bird. Paolo with pocket eights, facing two overcards. Try to figure out what bluffs he can beat. And he blocks a lot of the straight draws, holding two eights in his hand. So he's got better hands to call with here. Does beat some straight draws here, don't get me wrong. I just think we've better hands to call with other than pocket eights on this river. Losing to a 9, losing to a king. Losing to two pair. Beat hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 8, not Queen 8. A few straight draws. But overall, if we just beat straight draws and lose to any king, any 9, I think we just put our hand in the muck, considering we block all the straight draws we'd want our opponent to have. Paolo taking it down with the ace queen off suit. Look how much chips you're adding to your stack, just taking down the blinds and ante. 625k now. Massive. Every pot and every chip. So crucial. Just look at those graphics in the background. Beautiful stuff. Mr. Bird still nearly a quarter of all the chips in play at this feature table. Fab not too far behind. Alexandru, the only player under 10 bigs. Felix making a 5.25 to go with King 9 of clubs. Fab playing 11 million. Also in early-ish position. It's not a full table anymore with 15 players remaining. I like this. I think he's going to go for a 3 bet. Felix has shown a propensity to open wide and open often. Three bet sizing to 1.35 million, and I like this sizing. Taking it down. Mr. Bird raising in the hijack with the ace deuce of hearts. Louis Looks like he's going for a 3-bet here. This will look really strong from the cutoff. 1.325 million to go. Adam in the small with King Jack of clubs and the decision. Yes, Bird, could you give us the history of Mr. Bird here at the table? Are you related? What bird do you identify as? What bird does he identify as? Did you give him coaching? What is the background history? Tell the viewers. He folds his ace deuce of hearts. Does this mean we need to call you Mr. Bird from here on out? True Man Triller says he wants a permanent ban on himself. Yeah, me too, buddy. Get in line. It's hard to get cancelled. It's easy to get cancelled these days. Maybe the boys can give you a ban, but I bet you anything you'll come cross. You're too integrated into the army on Twitch at this stage. Mr. Bird with the open. 6-7 of diamonds this time. Fab gonna call with 6-5 off suit. Flop is 5-4 deuce. Basically a post flop coin flip. bet a 450k, and now Mr. Bird with the decision does make the call. Like the donk from Fab, turn ace of hearts, action killer. Although Fab has a backup heart draw to go with his pair and his inside trace to straight draw. Turn goes check, check. River, queen of clubs. Mr. Bird going to bluff at this one, of course, with just 7 high. Paolo making it 6:25 to go with the Ronnie Rockets. So still 15 players remaining and not much going on at this table. Players going to get more cagey as we get closer and closer to the final table. As I aforementioned, it's a 250 buy-in. A lot of the players left in this field won't have played for this kind of money before. Felix getting the aces. Aces coming out back to back at this feature table, making it 5:25 to go. Betting a call. Turn is to 4 diamonds. King 7-4 deuce. Mr. Bird deciding to lead this one. Now checking. Don't know if I like the lead on King 7 deuce from the big blind. Felix with range advantage on this board. 2.5 million in the middle. I'd like to see Felix bet something around 800, 1 million maybe. $1.3 million was the sizing he chose. Takes it down. Alexandru all in with the ace-5 for 1.5 million. Mr. Bird calling from the small. So it is all in. The fella called the other fella. Mr. Bird with an opportunity to knock out Alexandru in 15th place. Alexandru is up against it here. A 3-1 dog with his ace-5 offsuit. 3.5 million up for grabs in this one. Queen 9-8, 2 clubs is the flop. Turn is the king of clubs. Just a 5 would save Alexandru. River is the 10 of clubs. Han Solo says, when Bird called, shouldn't he have gone all in to isolate since he had one player after him? Yes, he could have isolated there. I'm not sure how much chips the big blind had, but usually if the big blind has a big stack, we just call in the small blind, and then if the big blind goes all in over the top, we can just get away from our hand. Like a hand, even though it's strong, it's still only ace-10 offsuit. My kind of rule is, if someone shoves for less than 10 big blinds and I have sub 30 big blinds myself, I will just rejam from the small. If it gets past 30 big blinds and I'm 40 plus, I will seriously reconsider shoving, as it's unbelievably horrific if the big blind has us covered and wakes up with a hand. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it absolutely sucks. And that's definitely run good as well, avoiding these situations. People always talk about run good when you're catching cards, but it's table draws, avoiding these all-in confrontations when someone wakes up, getting away from hands, that kind of stuff. Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Bird. Calling another one here. And here again, Han Solo, he could have opted to just rejam, and I actually prefer rejamming on this occasion because he's playing 12 million pretty much, and no player behind him has more than 5, so he's putting in 2 anyway, and it's only going to be 3 million more. You don't want to be enticing someone like Louis here to re-jam with a hand the strongest king queen, we're essentially priced in. I mean, I guess we would be folding with ace 10 because it just wouldn't play that well in an all-in situation when the rejam has come from the small. But the whole point is, if we just jam from the button, we avoid this situation happening at all. So there's two sides to each story there. We jam to get our opponent to fold a hand like king queen there, or even maybe ace jack. But when we jam, if our opponent wakes up with kings, we have to realize, okay, we've lost 5 million, but we took that decision away. So it just depends what way you want to play it. I personally think he's better off rejamming from the button over the jam with the fours. Fours in dire straits as we see the turn. Turn is the king of diamonds. River, the three of clubs. We've had 2 eliminations, 2 hands in a row. That means 13 players will remain, all guaranteed €2,460. We are 4 eliminations away from the final table, 10 eliminations away from all the players remaining being guaranteed that 10 grand World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, and 12 eliminations away from finding out who will become the winner of the ZTO Spring Edition and taking home the title and €44,500 in cash. Han Solo says, well, the better questions we can give you, the better the stream. Yes, I agree. Sometimes, especially on a Sunday, stream can be quiet and that's sound. People are grinding, people have families, people are playing poker themselves, live, hungover, whatever the case may be. But then Monday, I've always slept well. I've trained, meditated, and I'm ready to go. And as we get closer to the final table on the Monday, it's better to ask the questions then, because there's just so many variables and situations that occur. And it does make the stream better, and it keeps the chat going, people debating with each other. I'm always here to answer questions, and it's great to see the comments come in. And when you're answering questions, you're never alone. 12 players remaining now as Fab bets 400k on King King 3. Paolo with the trip kings. Could just opt to slow play this one. I don't see any point in raising here. Don't really like this raise, but if it's going to get called by a hand like ace deuce of spades, then I'm all for it. Turn is a 5, giving Fab additional outs can make it straight with a 4. Paolo wants to bet an amount that will set up a river jam. There's 3.4 million in the middle, so he doesn't need to bet much. Even betting a third pot again here while he checks. When we are in position and we get check raised on the flop, and then our opponent suddenly checks us on the turn. It doesn't do great with his range. Like, what's he trying to say he has here? I realize he's trapping, or he's afraid of the flush, or he's trying to control the size of the pot. But we want to be getting the money in here. If he's check raising the flop, he doesn't want to just check the turn. Fab going to bite and bet 1.35 million. I guess this is designed to fold a hand like a 3 or pocket 6s maybe. I can't think of too much other hands that he's trying to get to fold here. Maybe a better ace high. Paolo into small blind as well. That's very important to note because his range tends to be stronger when we flat from the small blind. Looks like he's just going to call. No, I don't mind him calling here on the small, but if his intention is to not go with his hand, unless a 4th diamond comes out or something like that, I'd rather he just stuck it all in now. He does decide to go with that option. Check raise is the play here, ladies and gentlemen. The double check raise, rarely ever going to be a bluff. King Jack Deuce is the flop. Adam with King 4, top pair. Fab a bottom pair. turn, giving trips to Adam and a flush draw to Fab. Action card. Adam wants to bet about $1 million here, or 1.2. Either that or he could go slightly bigger, trying to set up a river jam. $1.4 million is the bet. Like this sizing from Adam, going to set up a river jam. Fab now would have called a smaller bet, but he might just let this go. A pair and a flush draw. It is a lot of equity, but not when you're up against a king. Does decide to see it. River is the pure juicy one. The 5 of diamonds, flush completing. Now Adam gonna have to just move all in, if that was the plan. 3.8 million, 5.1 million already in the pot. Fab surely not going to be folding a flush. He's hardly calling 1.4 million on the turn to fold when he hits a diamond. Fab beating too many hands here to even consider folding a flush, in my opinion. Straight draws. Any king that played it this way does call and eliminate Adam. Adam takes it on the chin like a gent. Han Solo says, would have been sick if the river was the 4 diamonds. Well, it would be sick if the river was the 4 diamonds, but Fab has the 4 diamonds, so that is an impossibility. That means 11 players remain, all guaranteed. €2,750. 2 eliminations away from the final table. Felix is the king jack. 5:25 to go. Paolo calling in the big blind with 4-3 of spades. Flop is queen 9, 2 diamonds. Straight draw for Felix. Felix taking it down with the C bet. And Luigino all into call with pocket fours. Gotta hate this. 2 players away from the final table. So what I would rather do here is just jam 21 big blinds from the button with hands like deuces through to 5s, maybe even 6s, raise call 7s plus, call me crazy, maybe even 8s plus. Felix with the rejam, and now we simply can't call. Had we jammed ourselves, most likely Felix not calling that much big blinds with just ace 8. We take that move away from our opponent. And we've had one more elimination. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 10 players remaining now, and that means we are on the final table bubble. Expect play to get very tight and cagey from the short stacks. Oh dear, 3-bet from Paolo to 1.7 million with the 2 black berries. Going to take this one down. Mr. Bird can't continue with just Queen Jack off suit.
Bye, baby.
Louis getting jiggy with it here with the raise under the gun into the full table. I know we're only 5-handed, but this is a little bit out of line. He's only got 20 big blinds. It's not like he's got 50 or 40. Paolo in the cutoff. Now under the gun is the hijack. Now if Paolo, I would have preferred if Paolo had to use this combination as a 3-bet. Plays better. Louis can't be getting out of line with 10 remaining. And we have position. He can leverage his entire stack. He's only got 5 million to start the hand. But he wants to see a flop in position. Mr. Bird with 8-3 of diamonds can see a flop for the minimum now, 275 more. Look at this, raising to 2.5 million on the King 10-4 over the bet from Louis. Paolo not messing around with his top pair. I probably would have just called again if I was Paolo. Unless you think your opponent's getting it all in with a 10 or a weaker king. Felix going for a min raise. Louis calling from the small. Louis's got to be careful. Ace 8 6. He's just got king 8 diamonds. He checks. Felix going to continue. Now Louis with the decision. Does he want to just call or jam all in? Just calls. Louis now with 2 pair. It's going to be a great opportunity for Louis to double up because Felix most likely just going to move all in on this turn card. Don't check. Oh, Louis. Louis missing out on an opportunity to get 2.5 million chips there, in my opinion. I don't get it. I don't understand. What's he trying to get to fold there? Like if his opponent has an ace, they're going to call. If his opponent has an ace, they're going to bet all in for him. But when we play it this way, we stop ourselves from getting additional value when our opponent has a hand exactly like the one he had, Queen Jack. Bad shove by Louis. Especially when we turn 2 pair. 5-handed. 10 left. Oh. Our hand just doesn't need much protection there. The turn not often going to go check. If our opponent has an ace, going to put us all in. If he's bluffing, he's going to go all in. It's not like we've 1 pair, we've got 2. Grinding Nemo says bad shove. Bird says he's out for a beer. Maybe a couple of bit. Wow. On a Monday, you join in the Monday club, mate. Enjoy. Mr. Bird raises the 600k for the cutoff of King Jack off suit. Paolo, 625 to go with the King 10 of clubs. Fab in the big blind with Queen 7 off suit. Does want to see a flop for 325 more. 650k is the bet from Fab after the flop going check, check. I would have preferred to see Paolo bet the flop, personally. Now calling. I hope he has a plan if he misses on the river. Hopefully. River is the 8, and now Fab can only win with a bet. He can rep a 9. Not really anymore. He can rep a jack. Unlikely he bets the turn with an 8. But he does. He blocks straights. Blocks hands Paolo can have on the turn. He's going to have to bet something. So what sizing would we bet with a jack? Somewhere around 1.2, 1.4 million. 1.6. Paolo forced to let it go. Nice pick up there for the Queen 7. Small blind 150k, big blind 300k, with a 300k running big blind ante. Apocalypse says he just won an accumulator for £5, getting back 530. Not bad for a Monday. Fantastic. Congratulations. Fab making it 700k to go on the button with 9-8 off suit. Small blind now 150k. Big blind 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Mr. Bird with the sexy little 3-bet from the small blind to 2.2 million. Louis in the big, stalling with 9 offsuit, knowing there is a final table that he wants to make, and that pay jump from 2,750 to 3,282 euro if he can just survive one more elimination. Fab folds. Bird takes it down.
Especially when you have yeah, but just like a minute, but you will end up folding anyway. So.
Louis deciding to go and raise from the small blind to 650k with the 8-4 offsuit. Ambitious at best. I'd probably just stick it in his eye if I was Paolo here. Rejam all in. Decides to just call. Jack 6-5 is the flop. And Louis checking. I don't understand this. He's surely going to take a stab with one of the worst hands he could have here with an inside straight draw. Decides to just check it. Very unorthodox play here by Louis. We've got action. Louis with the Jack 10 of clubs. Fab with the 2 red Barrys. Mr. Bird with the Queen 10. Kay asked me, Don, who do you have as the favourite to take it down? Ask me that when we reach the final table, because I'm not really sure who else is left in the field. Plus, I'm meant to be unbiased. I always have a twinkle in my eye for someone. It hasn't really happened today yet. Louis picking the worst timing in the world here to go all in with the Jack 10 of clubs. Fab with the aces. Louis is being fun to watch today. You don't know what he's going to do next. But one would feel that unless he gets incredibly lucky here, his run is going to come to an end and we will have our final table. Fab with the Hollywood here. Just deciding whether he wants to just call or come over the top. Both are going to look really strong. It's so unlikely that Mr. Bird would be calling in the cutoff here with a trapping hand. Would probably just call. Goes for the other option, basically moving all in. And now we are off to a 4-1 favourite for the Red Barries. Louis with a grey hand to crack aces, though. 22% of the time he will do so. Jack 10 of clubs. Wow, what a flop for Louis. Queen, 8, 6, 2 clubs. It's a post flop coin flip. Turn, even things out a bit in the aces' favour now. 3-1 as we hit the river. Cannot get the job done. Aces hold. And Fab will have 20 million chips as we go to the final table. So that's going to do it now, folks. We're going to go on a short commercial break for about 20 minutes and come back with the final table of the ZTO Spring Edition live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I will see you all in a few moments. Lucky Luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k. And he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3 bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3-bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways, why not? Go 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky look, flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet, he wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please?
I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Lucky look at the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this, instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky look showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're lucky, look, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really big hand.
Wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
King of spades. I say
no, that's a
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace
Come
queen.
on, Joe, we can later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
sevens or eight.
lucky look to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one time.
One card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow. on the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that. Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Это там 400, 100 тысяч. 4, 5.
Million. Million total.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the king-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in.
Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
谁就够。这谁的 bingo 呢 Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160.
160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, Dinek's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And speaking to Dinegs, went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800K.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
All in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you gotta play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see it. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. One, raise.
Daniel fading the snap call. Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets it at 20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River. Dvoris just gonna run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner pocket.
Nobody would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need to fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it nuts every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I could never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ended. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, we're live. Shuffle up and deal. Cards in the air for the final table of the ZTO. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Dan. I am your broadcaster. For the duration of this event, small blind still 150k, big blind still 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. All players guaranteed a minimum of €3,282 now, chasing the top prize of €44,500. And first, second, third and fourth will all take home a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So it is all to play for here. An action-packed final table in store for the viewers. Hope you're enjoying all the action throughout the afternoon. If you're just tuning in, that is what you're watching, the ZTO Spring Edition final day. A lot of the players at this final table playing for their biggest score of their career. €230 buy-in. Be interesting to see how this one unfolds. A couple of big stacks, a couple of short stacks, good few stacks in the middle. Who do you think will take this one down? Get your predictions out in the chat. Let me know how you're feeling about this one. Johannes betting 700k on ace, ace 4, blind v blind, fab with king 9 and the decision. Johannes with just queen jack taking this one down. But I just seen a turn card if I was fab there. Johannes going to c-bet a lot on that board. Fab just with king high, but most likely the best hand for one bet. Kang Ku Pocket eights. About 40 bigs to start the hand. 650 to go. King 3 deuce is the flop. Mr. Bird defending with the ace 9 of clubs. Good flop for the eights. Bet a $500,000 and a call. Turn is the 7. Now, if I'm Kang, I was going to say we might bet again to check the river, but he decides to just check it back. River giving him a set. Mr. Bird with the option. Ace 9 not going to be good that often here. You beat a lot of draws that gave up, like a Queen Jack type hand. Third diamond hitting the river though. Most likely just see him check fold. Does do just that. I would prefer if the eights bet small again. We could sometimes get called by diamonds once more. A wheel draw. We avoid our opponent leading into us for a large sizing on the river. Equity denial with our pocket eights seems optimal. Decided to check it back and hit a set on the river instead. Mr. Bird from the small with 2 10s here, facing the cutoff open of fab with the ace deuce off suit. Nice pickup for the 10s. Every pot so significant at this final table. Massive pay jumps can really apply the pressure on your opponents. Expect to see some cagey play from the get-go. Mr. Bird raising to 600k on the button, and Peter, it's his turn to have 10s in the small, playing 40 bigs. I think he just wants to be 3-betting this one pretty much all the time to about 2 million. Does 3-bet to exactly 2 million. Paolo in the big blind with ace 10 off suit, facing an open and a 3-bet. Mr. Bird with the decision. Looks like he's going for a 4-bet here. Spicy. 4-betting to 4 million. Essentially clicking it back. Surely Peter just going to move all in. But if this looks super strong, Peter might consider folding 2 10s here. Peter 3 to 5 betting all in. Peter showing a few times today that he's probably one of the better people left in this field. Mr. Bird staying active with the ace-5 off suit in the cutoff. Paolo calling in the small with 10-9 of clubs. Christoph, who you might remember from last night, who had 20 million chips, playing 22 bigs, just shy of 7.5 million. 6-4 deuce is the flop. Good shot for Christoph. Good shot for Mr. Bird. Paolo, 2 overs, 1 club on board. Goes check, check. Mr. Bird wants to be betting this one a considerable portion of the time. Bet something like 750, 800. Goes for 725. Christoph might opt to see a turn here, or he could go for a raise. If he's going to raise, he wants to bet it, make it like 1.7, 1.8 million. Goes for 2.2. It's going to look very strong to Mr. Bird, and I don't know if Mr. Bird can continue here. Interesting play here by Christoph. This board, this flop, smacking the perceived defending range from the big blind, going to contain more two pairs, straights, sets, flush draws. Mr. Bird blocks some of the hands he would want his opponent to have. Does call, and the turn is the 4 clubs. This pot now 6.5 million. Turn goes check, check. River the 10 of diamonds. Now, if Christoph checks, Mr. Bird must put them all in. Once we check raise the flop and then check on the turn, it's very wacky for our range. Christoph finding the bet here, showing the bluff here, whipping it over. Yes, I love this. Exciting, entertaining, action-packed stuff. Yeehaw. We've got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I would have preferred to just see him jam the turn, honestly, because he has all the 4x. His opponent doesn't really. Decides to play it a different way. There is the updated chip counts. Peter out in front, 60 bigs. Fab basically stack. No one really short. Shortest stack is 21 big blinds. Interesting final table underway. Three bet from Johannes with the queens. Fab with the open, king 8 of clubs. Yang completing in the small with 6-3. Felix going to bump it up with the king 10 of spades. Johannes, the ace jack of diamonds, making it 650 to go. Han Solo says, now we just need Don to speak. Love your accent, Dan. Thank you very much. As long as you don't call me English. I'm Irish. As real as it gets. We're definitely a little crazy, the Irish. Johannes with the open. They say the spades. Peter wants to be three betting this one a considerable portion of the time, putting the pressure back on. The under the gun open, it'll look very strong. Wants to make it around 1.6 million, 1.7 million. Goes for 1.75 million. Love this sizing. Oh dear, Fab waking up with two ladies in the big blind. Facing an open from under the gun and a 3-bet from under the gun +2. We are 9-handed. Queen's going to be too strong. I think we just jam. I know that seems like a crazy amount, or maybe we put in over half our stack, and then if one went all in and Johannes went all in, or if Johannes and Peter went all in, we could get away from it. But I would want to make it around 6 million here, 5.5 anyway. Cool. Slightly smaller, 4.1 million. Quickly taking it down. Nice time to pick up the ladies. Wouldn't have liked it if someone had stuck it in his face there. It would be very tough to call it off with queens given the action. I swear to God, I might 4-bet fold from the big blind there had Under the Gun went all in over the top or Peter. Call me crazy. Queen's not going to be playing well against a 5-bet jam. Nines making it 700k to go. Johannes in the big blind and the decision. 400k more to call. Ace-6 not going to play too well here. He's going to call. See a flop for 400k. Christoph with the nines facing 2 overcards. Still going to bet. You can bet something small like 700k again. Goes for 800. Christoph taking it down on the Jack 9-8 with an open end or a top pair. Really nice flop for his hand, Mr. Bird. Defending very wide there with the Queen 3 off suit. Probably just wants to put that one in the muck. Paolo raising to 1 million with his ace king of hearts from under the gun. Peter defending with 10-9 off suit. Quite a large raise size though from Paolo. Peter knocking this one out of the park with trips. Quickly goes check, check, turn is the deuce of hearts. Action card, 2.5 million in the middle. Peter wants to be trying to go for value now. Doesn't want to go too small. We bet like 1.5 million here. No less than about 1.3 anyway. Looks like he's going for much smaller. I want to rep like I've got a miss straight draw here. Maybe just trying to take it down with a bet. Bet 750k quickly getting called. 4 million in the middle as we see the river. River is the jack of clubs. At a 2.5 million and a call from Paolo. Nice play by Peter. Now playing over 20 million. Paolo down to 6.3, 21 big blinds. Yo, with the 8-7 of hearts, been raising from the cutoff. Mr. Bird with the 3 bet, 1.65 million with the ace queen off suit on the button. Johannes with the decision for 1 million more to see a flop, decides against it out of position, lets the 8-7 suited go. Paolo calling in the small from the open of Fab. Fab making a 650 with ace deuce offsuit. Now Christoph getting a great price to see a flop three ways with the 7-5 suited. Flop is Jack 10-7. Great flop for Paolo. Checks it. Christoph with a pair of sevens. Backdoor clubs. Fab checks it back. Turn the three of hearts. We bet about $1 million here. 1.2 maybe. Goes for a smaller sizing, 750. Fab raising with the sevens to 650. Small blind now, 200k. Big blind, 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. It's going to put additional pressure on the shorter stacks. Paolo from the cutoff, ace-7, min raising. Christoph on the button, calling Kang all in over the top. 30 big blinds, small blind with pocket sixes. $50 bigs for Peter here with the ace-5 of diamonds. Paolo just caught the hijack. Could have opted to rejam this one with a hand as strong as ace-jack suited. Decides to just call. It's actually totally fine, but his hand is going to play better as a rejam, especially with Peter opening off 50 bigs. But he is going heads up in position with a dominating hand. Not a great flop for Peter. We'll see bet something. Decides to check. Not a bad idea. When you think about the hands that Paolo is going to be defending with pre, I think Paolo should bet something small there. Just rep some of that board with a 10 or a king or a flush draw. Now, Peter going to bet something small. Paolo going to call. Doesn't really know where he's at now as we hit the river. River is a 4 spade. Paolo going to win this one. I would have thought we might even see Paolo rep a spade there. Weird play hand by both. I think it's fine for Peter to check on the flop and bet the turn. But once the flop is checked over, I think we want to be betting with our ace-jack. Going to see some cagey play. 9 players still remaining. ICM nearly at its strongest. Will be at its strongest around 6 remaining. Big jumps now, nearly a grand. The difference between 9th and 8th. And Solo says, food time. See y'all. Enjoy your food. Chat you after. Peter adding 1,000,000 chips to his stack. So every time you now successfully take down the blinds and antes, you're adding 1,000,000 to your stack, which is just massive. Do that a couple of times, you've basically accumulated another stack. Johannes' ideal jamming opportunity on the button with Queen 10 of diamonds does move all in. Fab with 2 3s in the small blind, won't be able to call this one. Is playing 18 million, but would be about a fifth of his stack. Felix min raising from the hijack with King Queen off suit. Johannes with a very rejammable ace queen from the small blind. Sub 25 bigs. Just wants to be ripping this one in. He could opt to 3-bet. He could opt to just call. I prefer just jamming. Decides to just call and see a flop. Don't blame him. Everything's getting a bit cagey here. Jack 8-6 is the flop. Check from Johannes. Felix with the decision. Tries to check it back. Turn is another jack. Let's check. Double pair board now. Johannes best with his ace of hearts. Just check call mode, I think is best on the river here. Either that or we make a tiny blocker-ish sizing that might get called by a king high type hand. We run the risk of being raised on the river, but it wouldn't make much sense. Flop going check, turn going check. Bet 600 or 700 seems good to me. Goes for 1.2 million. Quickly getting called by Felix. Nice play by Johannes. Hello, Janet. And DJ says, Gutsy King High called strange play. I think he called on the river because he checked the flop and checked the turn. The small blind kind of forced to bluff at that stage if he did have a hand that wanted to bluff like a straight draw, an under pair to the board, something of that nature. But tough to think that he would be value betting ace high, but he did do that, so Felix just wants to be jamming big blind jack. Just move all in. Ace Queen in the hijack for Fab, playing 45 bigs. .420 says, what's up, guys? How's it going? Who's the favorite? Really don't know who's the favorite. This is going tit for tat at the moment. Cagey play with 9 still remaining. A couple of big stacks, a couple of short stacks, a couple of middling stacks. I will say this is a €230 buy-in, and nobody at this table really will have played for this kind of money before. There's a couple of players that seem very competent. Peter definitely sticks out. Fab has a lot of chips. I haven't seen enough hands at this final table to comment on it properly. So what I would say is we're in the feeling out period. Mr. Bird coming in hot with the 3-bet, basically committing himself. He just moves all in, actually. The big blind as well, 420. Christoph has shown propensity to make moves. He's not shy about putting chips in the middle, that's for sure. Mr. Bird's been playing quite snug and well. If I had to pick anyone at the table, I'd probably go with Peter. And he is the chip leader, but only by a smidgen. He's playing 50 bigs or so. Peter in the cutoff, min raising with the Queen 10 of clubs. Paolo with a very rejammable ace-9 of spades with 20 bigs on the button, but he could opt to just see a flop. I think calling is actually just totally fine here. Two pair for Kang here. Peter betting 1.2 million. He'll be saying bye-bye to those chips if Kang raises here. Kang could just call, but I think we will see him raise. If he's going to raise, okay, two pair wants to just call. This could get spicy. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Peter now with a pair. Quickly goes checking the river, the 8 of clubs. Now Kang going to want to be trying to get value with his two pair, but he doesn't, just checks. I feel like Kang should have won more chips here. Apocalypse with the hashtag social media. Yes, find us on all the platforms, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Have some great content, new content over there, new videos every week. We're on TikTok at the Kings Resort Official. You can find out all about all our merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Felix re-jamming here from the big blind with a hand as weak as Jack 9, thinking Christoph is at it. Perhaps he has a tell. That is a big shove by Felix. Gets the job done, though. Nice re-jam. Fab raises under the gun. 8.50 to go. All the way around to the cutoff of Christoph with ace 4 of clubs. Looks like he's got raising chips in hand. 3-betting to 2.1 million. Fab gonna fold. This is what I was talking about, 420. Christoph finding that 3-bet there, not afraid. A lot of players would just fold in that spot. Christoph with the min from the hijack with ace-5 offsuit, goes all the way around to Johannes in the small blind. Got to read this one with 11 bigs. Ideal opportunity to pick up some tips. All top 3 players playing the exact same stack of 42 big blinds. 3 players now under the 20 big blind mark, and 3 players in between 20 to 35. Not like your average final table. No one running away with this at all. It's very tit for tat, very closely matched, very close in stacks. Ace, Queen, 10. Fab with the 5's going to continue. Johannes just with King, Deuce. Don't really like the defend from Johannes here. Better hands to be defending with. Oh, sorry, it's a limp pot. My apologies. Just a bet of 400k from Fab. Let's go. Peter with the 2 ladies under the gun, min raising. And Koo says nobody finished since 5 o'clock. No, we're still 9-handed and it's very even. Not often we have a final table like this at King's. There's usually a runaway bride as the chip leader. Johannes with the min raise from the hijack. Queen 10 of clubs. Fab with 8s in the hijack. $8.50 to go. $700K continue on the turn for Fab on the ace 10 7 ace. Johannes with ace jack, 18 pigs, and the decision from early position decides to just let it go, not wanting to get involved into all the people behind him. Paolo just wants to be shoving this one in the small with a pocket pair. Moves it all in. Felix letting sixes go under the gun. Zlatan asks what's going on. It's the final table of the ZTO Spring Edition live from the King's Resort in Roswitov. 9 players remaining, and it's very evenly matched around the table, chips wise. A couple of short stacks, of course. 2 bigger stacks. Peter is one of them. He's making it $1 million to go from the cut off with 8-5 of hearts. Solo all in over the top with ace-10 of diamonds. People will start to get impatient. There is massive pay jumps, and they are playing for huge money for a €230 buy-in. Ace Queen for Fab, and look at this. Mr. Bird waking up with the Ronnie Rockets. Mr. Bird deciding to trap, and now Peter in for a penny, in for a pound. The hijack will call with 2-8. Christoph with the decision on the button with 10-6 of clubs. This could be an action-packed hand. Five, 4, 3 is the flop. This could spell disaster for Peter. No one in the blinds here either, so this board favoring a big blind or small blind defending range. Sometimes, especially the big blind. But with two players with over pairs to the board, a lot of chips could go in the middle. Wow, Peter's been raising, and that's going to commit himself to Mr. Bird when Mr. Bird goes over the top here. Doesn't have enough behind. Is he Hollywooding? He is all in. Peter will call. Massive pot. Peter is going to hate this. Peter going to be left with about 20 big blinds. Mr. Bird set to have 18.5 million chips. And what a way he's played this. If it works out for him, flatting pre. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Just needs to dodge an 8 and an 8 only. River is the 10 of diamonds. Mr. Bird going to be playing 18.5 million. Peter 7.3. Massive hit for Peter's stack. Not much he could do about it there. Both having an overpair to the board. Mr. Bird now, your chip leader by 1 big blind. So 3 players between 40 and 50 bigs, 3 players between 20 and 30 bigs, 3 players between 20 and 10 big blinds. Ace Queen for Johannes. The Ace Queen taking it down. Peculiar Invictus asked, is Kang Kitty's brother or something? I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Anything is possible. Johannes completing in the small blind with King 10 over the open of Kang. Fab, 400k more to see a flop 3 ways. Does do just that. 3-way action to the flop. Checky all the way around on the flop. Turn is the king. Johannes now, pair of kings, 10 kicker. Kang also with a king, with a 5 kicker. This one just going showdown. Felix with the aces in the cutoff. Johannes calling on the button with king queen off suit. Felix raising to 900k. Fab in the small and the decision. Betting to 3.7 million. My word. Looks like a great squeezing opportunity, but the problem is Felix is sitting there with 2 black Barrys, and Fab going to be priced in when Felix goes over the top here. Bit of Hollywood. Moves all in for 6 million total and a little bit of cheese on top. Fab priced in, has to call. And they get the terrible news. King 9-7 is the flop. Very hard for Fab now. Turn is the Jack of Hearts, giving Fab some additional outs. River the 9 of diamonds. Felix now going to be playing just under 14 million. Fab back down to 10.7. And this next hand will be the last hand before the break. Still 9 players remaining. An interesting final table to commentate on. No one busting. A lot of even stacks. But the blinds are going to go up. They're not going to go down. And a champion will be crowned before it's all said and done. Looks like someone has won the jackpot. Lord hear us. Peter raising under the gun, Queen, Jack of clubs. Seven five deuce is the flop. Peter taking that one down with a bet, and that's going to bring us to a commercial break. Join us again in a few moments.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Open, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Open does make the call. 366 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says this all there, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Open has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
I was afraid of that. That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job.
To build
That's
up
to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
Yeah. That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, and boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for money.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, we're back. We're live. It's the ZTO Spring Edition final table. 9 players still remaining, and we're going to be in for a treat the next few hours because no player has more than 35 big blinds currently. Blinds are up. 250,000 small blind, 500,000 big blind with 500,000 big blind running ante. Kang raising with the King Queen. Johannes with the Cowboys. The Kings of Kings on the button. 23 big blinds and the decision. Going to 3-bet here to 3 million. Kang forced to fold. Ace King for Felix. Million to go. Johannes with the ace jack of spades in the hijack, raising to 1 million. Takes it down. Blinds and antes getting stolen now are worth 1.25 million. React Tunes in the chat. Hello. Good evening. Come on in. The wall is lovely. Still 9 players remaining. Christoph just completing in the small. Would much prefer if he just jammed. No, I can't see the player's head in the way. He's min raised. Yari in the chat. Hello. Yes, it is indeed Action Dan. The Dawn ranking back in the booth. 2023. Christoph forced to fold. Would have thought we'd just see him shove from the small, so he might have just saved his tournament there by min raising. In the house. Mr. Bird calling for $1 million with the ace jack. Felix in the big blind. The ace queen, the original razor. Felix could just squeeze this one or decide to just see a flop. Decides to squeeze all in. Fab. Insta folds. Mr. Bird not going to be able to call all in here with ace jack either. Fab with the min, with the king jack of spades. King Deuce 4 is the flop. Johannes with 10-9 off suit, and Fab checking his option with Jack 6. Felix out in front with 35 bigs. Shortest stack is Christoph with 13. Everything in between. Love you too, Janet. Janot. Felix with the minute to cut off. Fab with the 2 ladies in the small blind. Just wants to be jamming this one. Sub 20 blinds. Could opt for a 3-bet call. Rather just stick it in and take it down. Or get called. Usually going to be in great shape. Or flipping against Ace King. Fab making a 3.7 million. Action back on Felix. ECW King is saying, is Dan in the house? Don Ranton, Action Dan, at your service. ECW King says, hello, sir. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing mighty on this Monday afternoon. 9 players still remain. It's a very cagey final table. More cagey than what we're used to seeing at the King's Resort. Usually had a few bust outs by now. Even at the bigger buy-ins, someone has hit the rail. But this is not the case so far. Peter all in under the gun. This is a massive shove for 16 big blinds almost. I actually think he might be better off min-raising or just folding 7s into a full table. Mr. Bird with a very callable black Jeffries calls it off. Our first real all-in and call here. Well, no, sorry, we had the aces against the eights, but all-in pre. 16.5 million in this one. Mr. Bird already taking a chunk off Peter's stack and now set to put the knife right in there. And we could have our first elimination at this final table. Queen, 6. Peter going to need a 7, and a 7 only. Turn is the ace of spades. He will take home 9th place for €3,282, and that is a really disappointing finish. Possibly was my pick to take this down. Out in 9th, Mr. Bird now going to have a massive stack. 8 remain, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,150.
You're welcome, by the way, for €1,000, guys. Huh? Stakes on you.
Fab taking it down with the ace-4 off suit. Look how beautiful those graphics are. The production value for this feature table. Beautiful blue. My favorite card in the deck, the King of Hearts. The Suicidal King. Spanish king from the 1600s, I believe. The only king that has a knife driven into his head. Felix making it to go with the ace-7 of diamonds. Christoph with the small blind, 10 bigs, ace 8 of hearts. It's got to go in the middle. Oh no, Christoph, just shove. Christoph's very strange. He plays very passive in some spots, and then he's no slouch of putting chips over the line in others, like 3 bets, and seen him make 1 or 2 creative bluffs. Just think his hand plays a lot better as a jam, take down the blinds and antes and move on. If we get called, we're in good shape usually. Good, decent amount of equity with a hand as strong as ace-8 suited. Flops, enough flush draw. Checks it over to his opponent. Kang betting 500. Betting a call, turn is the deuce. That is just a disaster for Christoph to lose those chips, letting Kang win there with the pair of threes. Here's the update. Bird out in front with a quarter of chips in play, 48 bigs. Felix 35, Kang 32, Johannes 28, Fab 26, Johannes 15, Paolo 13, and Christoph is now your short stack. The only player with under 10 bigs playing 9 big blinds. I got Johannes and Felix mixed up. Felix 35. Oh, no, we have 2 Johanneses. My apologies. $420 said 12 big blinds, queen 9 suited on the button, fold I didn't like. Yes, I actually should have mentioned that. I think that was a strong enough hand for him to shove all in. Paolo in the cutoff, 12 big blinds, pocket aces. Felix folds. Paolo scoops the blinds and antes on this occasion with his aces. Fab scooping this one with the ladies. Harry Maxey says, what does ZTO stand for? I actually don't know. Dollar bills, yo. Johannes' turn. Take the blinds and antes. There's a lot of blinds and antes being taken around the table. Chips being swapped. Who am I kidding? Says, hi, Dan. Who are you kidding? Hello. Hello. Ace 9 of clubs. Johannes in the big blind with ace 8 and the decision. That ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 offsuit combinations, we don't really want to be defending when the raises come from early position. JCal0 says, some action, please. Oh, there'll be plenty of action before it's all said and done, brother. Tommy's asking, is it an exciting day of commentary? Always an exciting day of commentary at the King's Resort, but we've always has to have the calm before the storm. Can't always be action, otherwise it'd be just non-stop action and I'd probably explode. It's Muffin. Hello, Muffin. Back once again. Tommy asked what's been the best hand so far today. One or two bluffs that ran earlier on the day. I'm not going to describe it. Like, no. To be fair, there's not one hand that sticks out, and I'm like, oh my god, the size of that pot, that was amazing. It just hasn't happened that way. There's been one or two creative bluffs. Who am I kidding? If you send me a whisper or a private message on Twitch, it's BossHog42. That's BossHog42. I've never really signed in, but I'll sign in on Twitch when I have a chance there. I should be signed in, really. But I do the talking, not the typing. Hope you're doing all right. Tommy saying people just hold on for the last 4 places. Well, of course it's going to be in people's mind. That is a massive payday. And speaking of massive paydays, it looks like the jackpot is just being hit again. Boss Hog. So that's Boss H-O-G-G. 2 G's. 2 G's for the original gangster. Three bet from the small blind coming from Johannes with the ace jack off suit, putting Fab in a bin here on the button with the ace 9. Most likely just going to be forced to let this one go. Pocket Sevens taking that one down. Felix with the min raise. Sorry, Dan, I was on the bidet. Oh, God. We don't have any bidets in Ireland. Yeah, you could write to me another time. We can sort this out at a later date if it's something you need to discuss with me, or I'm not really sure. I'm not on social media much, but if you really need to get me on somewhere there, we can sort something out. I'm obviously not going to give away my phone number on air. Hardest around asking what's happening here. So you're watching the ZTO Spring Edition final table live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov on a 30-minute delay. Felix opening here. Mr. Bird going to 3-bet with the ace king from the button. Felix at the fold there. Ace king, scoop more chips. Now, Bird really taking this final table by storm. Winning some massive pots. He now has 50 bigs, putting himself a good bit of distance away from second place, which is Kang with 34. Christoph now with 7, the only person in the danger zone, and then all other players really in the middle there between 15 and 35 bigs. Christoph all in for 6 bigs in the small. Kang gonna have to call in the big, I would imagine, with ace 4. 7 big blinds total. It's close. Does call. Golden opportunity to knock out a player. Christoph 31% with Queen 3 of hearts. 69% for Kang with his ace 4 off suit. Ace 10-8 is the flop. Great. Fantastic start for Kang. He's a 19-1 favorite now as we see the turn. Turn is the 5 of spades. Christoph has been eliminated in 8th place. Unlucky sir, good game. You will take home €4,150 for your efforts. That means 7 players remain, all guaranteed a minimum of €5,850. 3 eliminations away from that 10 grand ticket. 2 eliminations off the final table since we got back. Johannes taking down the blinds and antes. Johannes with the black jacks, 1.1 million to go. Fives in the hijack for Bird. Mr. Bird will call. Six three deuce is the flop. Good shot straight draw for Bird. Good flop for the fives in general. Johannes with the overpair and the decision. 3.5 million in the middle. $5.2 million in the middle. Johannes now. I would have liked to see Johannes bet again. Try set up a large river bet, or at least go for 3 streets. I don't see the point in checking over to your opponent unless you think they're going to bluff. And if he has a hand like a flush draw or a hand like 7s or 8s, you want them. Wow, looks like he's going to turn his hand into a bluff and try to get an ace high type hand to fold. What's the bet about 3.2 million? Plus for 2.8. Very close. Within a big blind of what I thought. And now Johannes decides whether he wants to go all in, protect his hand, or just call. Strange way to play the jacks here, going for like what looks like a min raise. Oh no, it's just a call. Interesting river coming up. It is the deuce of clubs. Now, Johannes checking again. Bird, does he think his 5s would be good as showdown? It doesn't look like his body language wants to bet again. This is one of the most interesting hands we've had at the final table so far, for sure. Stack to pot ratio 1-to-1. If Bird thinks he can get his opponent to fold a hand better than 5s, he will go for it, but he doesn't, just wants to check it. I actually kind of like the bet by Bird. He's doing that to check the river and will get called by worst on the turn. But from the perspective of the jacks, I would expect the jacks to just bet. Jekyll 0 says lucky. But perhaps we would have seen a different play on a different river. I mean, it was a very bricky river, the deuce of clubs pairing the board. Johannes just calling in the small. I would much rather see him jam 7-7. Ace Queen, probably even strong enough to raise call blind v blind. Maybe not with this ICM pressure. ICM almost at its strongest now. Turn as a king. Johannes checking once more. Betting 1.3 million. Johannes wants to be calling this one, but it looks like he's going to give credit to Fab. That's a huge difference, losing that pot with Ace Queen instead of just ripping it from the small and taking down the blinds and antes. Can't afford to be too passive in those spots. Fab betting 500,000 here on Jack 5 Deuce. 2 clubs with the flush draw. Johannes with the decision. Johannes lets it go. Three players at the top, all with very similar stack. And Felix with 28 bigs, Fab with 28, and the rest following suit. Following behind, not following suit. Kang with jacks. Tommy asks, is there any bounties? No. Kitty game is down the street, buddy. But you could call a bounty if you wanted. I wouldn't call it a bounty. There are 4 tickets available for first, second, third, and fourth, worth 10 grand each, and that is why you're seeing such a cagey final table. But we're about to see some action here. Kang with the raise to 1.1 million with the jacks. Fab with ace, king, and diamonds on the button, and the decision We might see a lot of chips go in here. We could see an all-in and call here, very likely, with two hands as strong as Jacks and Ace King suited. Kang raising from under the gun +1, but we are now 7-handed. The button is 3-bet. I think our hand plays best as a jam, but he might just want to call considering how much ICM pressure and the shorter stacks at the table. Let's see how this one plays out. He does have Fab covered. I think it's just a jam. Does put it all in. Fab won't be folding. Wow, look at this. This is by a landslide the biggest pot we've had at this final table. Fab with Ace King of Diamonds. Kang with the Jacks. Basically a coin flip. Massive pot for both players and indeed for this tournament. Ace out there, the Barry of Hearts on the flop. Turn is the 8 of spades. It's going to have to be a Jeffrey Dahmer on the river, or Fab is going to have 29.3 million chips. It's the 8 of hearts. Kang loses a fortune. Still have 12 big blinds. Played the hand completely fine and standard stuff. all the way around to the small blind. Mr. Bird here with Jack 4 off suit. Small blind is now 300k. Big blind is now 600k with a 600k running big blind ante, and this is going to put significant additional pressure on the smaller stacks. Mr. Bird putting his chips to work here, raising full 3x into Paolo in the big blind. Paolo with 10-7 of diamonds and 11 big blinds start the hand. Gets the job done, scoops the blinds and antes. Mr. Bird calling on the button with ace-9 of diamonds. Felix, the original opener, with the king-7 of clubs. Paolo with the decision in the small blind with 9-8. Suited, lets it go. Tang, lets it go. Some people would just defend there with a 8-7 off suit, but it's a good pass considering the button is called to be out of position. 10-7-3 is the flop. Felix with a pair of sevens. Not much going on for Mr. Bird. Does have ice high. Felix going to check his option. Mr. Bird going to check behind. The turn is dead air. 6 of spades. River is the jack of hearts. This one getting checked down all the way to the river. No one wanting to take a stab at it. Might have bet a small bit there if I was Felix on the turn. Just flush out some equity with some overcards, etc. Get a small bit of value if we do get called by hearts or spades. Maybe an ace high type hand. He is out of position, however. Checking also totally fine. Johannes Cowboys. This could very well be an all-in for Paolo. Great opportunity to try accumulate some chips. Decides to let it go. Great pass, all things considered. The Italian will take down another pot. Paolo in a hijack. 10 blinds. Queen Jack suited. Needs to go across the line. Decides to put it in his min-raising range. Doesn't have much of a min-raising range off this stack depth, but he is using this one. Not a bad combination to do it with, but if you get shoved on, it's a nasty spot because Queen Jack suited just going to have so much equity. Fab can rejam here with fives in the big blind. He can try flop a set, or he might. He's definitely not going to pass. He's probably just going to move all in. Let's move all in. Now Paolo, see how much equity he would have with his Queen Jack suited if he called. Had he just jammed, Fab most likely not going to be able to call fives. He might with his stack, but probably not. Paolo forced to fold. Fab now over the 30 million mark, which is good for 50 big blinds currently. And now we have it, folks. 3 players under 10 big blinds. Felix with 28, Mr. Bird with 32, Johannes with 35, and Fab with 51. Paolo, Johannes, and Kang all going to have to make a move soon. CP22AA says, if you move all in, maybe 5-5 fold. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Better to push. I don't like folding. Just such a hand that has such a great amount of equity. Johannes now all in on the button, and Fab will have too strong of a hand here to not call with ace jack. Just needs to decide whether he reads or just calls. I'm not sure how much the big blind has, but it's definitely a considerable chunk. Just calls, and now Johannes, a 3-1 dog to stay in this tournament. Fab set to have a big chip lead should he successfully win this hand. Queen 9-6 is the flop. 2 clubs. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Johannes needing help on this river. He will be eliminated. 9 giving a double paired board. He will be delighted with that. This one going to Splitsville. Still 7 players remaining. Paolo going for the win race again, this time with the Cowboys. Not the min raise. Go for 1.7 million, essentially committing himself. This I don't understand. He's making a larger raise size off a shorter stack depth with a worse hand or a better hand than Queen Jack suited. He min raised with the Queen Jack suited, now making it nearly 3x. Silly Billy. Lines all in from the big blind. Mr. Bird folding. Paolo showing.
Yeah, plus the blind.
Johannes raising to 1.2 million in the cutoff with ace 7 of clubs. Mr. Bird calling in the cutoff. The raise coming from Fab with the king 8 of diamonds. Bird with the ace 10. Fab playing 50 bigs. Bird just 27 now. Six, 4, 3, 2 diamonds is the flop. Fab with the flush draw. 2 overs. Just ace high for Mr. Bird. Getting a call. Turn is the 6 of clubs. 6.5 million in this pot now. Decision for Fab. Does he want to bet? Does he want to go to check call mode? I think both are fine. I prefer betting again. Pressure on our opponent. He's not going to have much 6x, if any. Doesn't really have that many overpairs. He might have 7s, 9s, or 10s. We block 8s. Most likely has a hand when he has ace by pulling. Goes check, check. River, the Queen of Hearts. I would have liked to barrel there with Fab to get our opponent to fold an ace high type hand. Mr. Bird going to win a nice pot here. Look at this. Kang all in for 5 bigs from the cutoff. Felix with the black berries. Calling to 2.5 million. 2.925. Nothing Kang can do here, of course. Felix just waking up. Kang now a 4-1 dog. Needs a ducky, or he will become our 7th place finisher. That's pretty much going to do it for Kang. Unlucky, sir. Good game. He actually has a chop opportunity now with a jack, but it comes to 10, voting up Felix. He will take home €5,850 for his efforts. That means 6 players remaining now. One step closer to that 10 grand ticket. All players guaranteed a minimum of €8,100. Mr. Bird raising to 1.2 million with the two ladies. Felix raising to 1.2 million with the Queen Jack of clubs. Johannes calling in the small with sixes. Nine-eight deuce is the flop. Would prefer if Johannes was 3-bet pre. Calling's fine actually. Felix just going to be pounding on pressure, but he decides to check it back. Or an STA of diamonds. I think it's fine for Felix to check back, but he's just going to take it down so much with a C-bet. Got a bet now. Decides to check back. Now, Felix just going to lose to lots of hands. Johannes with a full house might want to go for value. Try to get called by an ace high type hand. Bet like 1.6 million. He goes for 1.6 million. massive stutter step there from Felix. Missed an opportunity to take down that pot. Having said that, Johannes' call from the small blind will look very strong. Johannes now with just 7 big blinds, going to have to make a move soon. He's been very tight. This might be the time for Johannes Hellwig under the gun with pocket eights. Oh, fab. This could be fabulous for the 2 10s. Oh my God. This is some cooler. Johannes against Johannes. He just calls. Was not expecting him to just call. Fab does not want to see a low board here. He doesn't want it to contain an 8 anyway. And if it's low, he might lose 2/3 of his stack. Although it's going to look very strong from Johannes that he just overcalls. I don't really know what that range would contain. What do you think in the chat? What does that range contain when Johannes Tony overcalls the all-in and the call under the gun and the hijack, and you're in the cutoff with kings? Surely you would isolate with ace, king, queen, jack, might call. It's a very condensed range, and therefore Fab might sniff this one out. Oh my God. It's an 8 high flop set for Johannes. Fab might lose the minimum. Not ideal for Johannes with the black Barry on board. Oh my God, I don't believe it. The turn coming, the King of Hearts. Does he want to check again? Does he try to get a small bit of value? He does check again. Now, he's going to want to bet something on the river. Like around 6 million, maybe even less. Between 4.5 and 6 million. Don't know how much he bet there. $14.7 million pot gone in the direction of Johannes Tony, eliminating the other Johannes Hellwig, in 6th place, and that means 5 players remain. What a hand. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €10,950. Paolo now shortest stack with 9 bigs. Felix 29, Mr. Bird 36, Fab 43, and Johannes 20, the chip leader now. Cut off raising to 1.2 million. Paolo with a very rejammable ace 9, but there is the small, just the small matter of a 10 grand ticket up for grabs. I really feel like he's got to make a stand. He is by a landslide the shortest stack at the table now. And he could easily have fold equity with 5.6 million. Don't blame the ace 9 for folding, but at some stage you've got to get it all in. But look at this Fab waking up with ace king behind. Top three going to be grouped together here. Felix, no one is really that far ahead. Even Johannes being 10 big blinds or so ahead of second place. It's very close out there. You can feel the tension. Cut the tension with a knife. 50 leaves with 10 grand, but misses out on a 10 grand ticket. The other 4 can rejoice then and play for the title of ZTO Spring Edition. on the button, ace-6. Johannes in the small, ace-10. Chip leader. Put those chips to work. Don't really understand that. Too strong of a hand. Chip leader, way too passive. I know there's the ticket at stake, but playing 5-handed, ace-10 in the small. It's just going to be printing as a 3-bet. Yes, Tommy boy, I agree. What a weird fold indeed. Mr. Bird checking his 6-4 spades. Fab now. You take this one down with a tiny c-bet. Yes, Tommy, he should be out to game more chip lead and take people out looks weak, but he just wants to secure that ticket, and with a player with less than 10 big blinds at the table, he wants to just wait until that player is bust. This is interesting. Mr. Bird choosing to 3-bet this one. 6-7 of clubs. Johannes with king 10 of clubs. Paolo in the big blind with king jack off suit, and the decision. Johannes with the decision now. 1.7 million if he wants to call, but we did just see him fold ace 10 off suit to the button raise. I wouldn't be opposed to Johannes just shoving all in. How many hands is Mr. Bird really going to be raised calling here with that ticket at stake? Not many. Tommy says he's enjoyed watching Paolo, hoping he gains a few more chips. Want to see the silver fox through. Should apply to be the new Bond. Maybe. Felix calling an additional 600k to see a flop against Mr. Bird. 6-5 of hearts plays ace jack. 10-7 deuce. Is the flop one heart? Flop going tech, turn is the 4 diamonds. You want to see passive play. No one wants him to bust before Paolo. $5.3 million in the middle as we hit the river. River is the king of hearts. Felix checking. Mr. Bird probably thinks he's got a showdown. Does check it back. Mr. Bird from the cutoff at the ace queen, min raising, Felix in the small with jack 10 of clubs. Decides to let it go. Queen 7 of diamonds for Fab. 7 high flop. Top pair for Fab, out flopping the ace queen of Mr. Bird. Fab takes it down by leading into Mr. Bird. Ace 6 of hearts in the cutoff for Paolo. I don't really know why Johannes is called, but he has flop his ace 9 7. Paolo with top pair, Johannes with a piece of it. Turn is the 4 diamonds. River is the 5 of hearts. Paolo will double up to 15 bigs. This will be the last hand before the break. Still 5 players remaining. 3 players in that 20 to 30 million zone. Blinds will be going up, putting additional pressure on this table. Felix in the cutoff and the decision with Queen Jack off suit. Fab making a 1.3 million to go on the button with Queen 5 of diamonds. Mr. Bird in the big blind with King Queen off suit. Let's see the flop. Flop is ace, king, 8. Mr. Bird with the advantage. Second pair, queen kicker. Fab with the continue of 700k. Betting a call. Turn is the deuce of hearts. Goes check, check, and the river is the 6 of hearts. Bird now with the queen high flush draw. The nut flush draw. The nut flush. Jesus. Nut flush on the river. I think his best course of action is honestly just to check and hope Fab fires out a bluff or goes for 10 value, in which case we can raise. Doesn't really check back an ace on the flop, so Bird just going to fire, hoping to get paid. Doesn't want to go too big, but it looks like he's going for about 3 million. Gets the job done. Okay, we're going to go on a short commercial break. I'll see you in less than 15 minutes for more action. We will crown a champion before it's said and done, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. See you in a few moments.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. Gutman just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now to 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City. Provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. The club finds its way to the river. Could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Orpen brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpen is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world. #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking king 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like king 8, king of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that's some risk there, but
smelt like 10-5 a diamond, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call. Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
As a spectacle.
As you have.
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
5 spots. Oh wow.
I mean, I had naked sixes. Like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like.
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace it event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ended. Gal is going to be our champion.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, we're back. Ace Jack taking down the first hand. Blinds are up. 400k is small blind, 800k the big blind. With an 800k running big blind ante, that's 400, 800, 800. Fab making it 1.8 million to go with the 2 9s. Pressure is on with 5 remaining. Only 4 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event up for grabs. Fab raising on the button with 8-7 of spades, getting defended in the big blind by Mr. Bird. 10-3-3 is the flop. Bird checking. Fab with the option to continue. Does make a small bet. I really like this by Mr. Bird. Gonna raise it up. A lot of backdoors working for him. Nice play by Bird. Basically, toe now, Bird and Fab. Felix limping with the King 10 of diamonds. Sub 15 bigs blinds now is Felix. These blinds and antes coming around are going to chew these stacks alive. Woohoo! Connor, me good old pal, me old buddy old pal, is raiding with a party of 43 people. Thank you, Connor. Welcome. Everyone else, you are watching the ZTO Spring Edition final table. 5 remaining and only 4 10 grand tickets up for grabs. Paolo all in. Fab asking for a count. Most likely going to be priced in and have to call this one. As Connor says he hates poker. So tell us a few bad beat stories there, Connor. It's only day 2 of the scoops. I watched you win 2 tournaments back to back last week. You played phenomenally. Played out your socks. Chin up, big dog. Can't bark like a big dog when you pee like a puppy. Paolo all in from the big blind. Fab getting the right price, calling. Massive hand here. If Fab can hold, will secure that ticket for the table. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Needing a 4 and a 4 only. It does not arrive. Fab will eliminate Paolo in 5th place and take home €10,950 for his efforts. Did Paolo. Unlucky in the end, still a good game. All players remaining have secured that ticket. They can breathe a sigh of relief, smiles all around, but they need to remain composed. They are playing for the main event, ZTO Spring Edition, title and €44,500. All players guaranteed a minimum now of €14,150. No one with more than 45 bigs. Johannes and Mr. Bird tied in the middle with 35 bigs apiece. Felix, your short stack with 14 bigs. Those blinds and antes coming around fast and heavy. Let's see how this one ends. Who will be your champion? Connor says he loved poker then. It's a love and hate relationship, isn't it? Get a good rest and get yourself back in there swinging and digging for the Super Tuesday. Apocalypse played his socks off while he was wearing sandals. I thought that was my joke. To be fair, I probably robbed it off someone. Oh no, the joke was, oh yeah, put yourself in that lad's shoes. And it's like, how can I put myself in his shoes when he's not even wearing shoes, he's wearing sandals. I probably laughed way too much at that joke, but at the time it was hilarious. Mr. Bird with the min raise. Jack 9 off suit. Connor says it's a shit joke. Well, it was Weish's joke from years ago. R.I.P. Weish. A priest and a beekeeper, I last heard. Mr. Bird with the min raise. Johannes with the decision. Mr. Bird ace 4 off suit. Johannes is going to defend with his 8-7 off suit. 800k more. Johannes flopping the world here with the straight. Going to be hard to get paid on this wet board. Backdoor diamonds working for Bird. Turn is a 7. We bet something small here, like 1 million, 1.2 million. Does bet 1.2 million, takes it down. Felix all in under the gun with 10-8 of hearts. Mr. Bird playing 35 bigs with the King Jack in the cutoff. Under the gun now, the cutoff. We are four-handed. Felix out the way. Fab playing 42 bigs. So about 7 big blinds separating them. And Johannes basically the same. He's got the same hand here. King Queen 10 is the flop. Johannes just defending. Getting a call. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Bet a 2.5 million and a call. River is the 7 of hearts. Both just deciding not to put any more money in the pot on the river and will split it up. Felix all in. Players are very, very even now with 4 remaining, and pay jumps just getting larger. About 5 grand in the difference between 4th and 3rd. about 8 grand in the difference between third and second, and a massive difference between first and second. Johannes with the min raise with Jack 10 off suit in the cutoff. Mr. Bird with 9-8 of diamonds on the button, and the decision would go for a 3-bet here, but this hand playing totally fine as a just call. Jack 3 deuce favouring Johannes top pair. Just 1 diamond in it for Mr. Bird. Johannes has a tendency to check when he's out of position, but I think he should bet this one. Bet about 1.5 million. Goes for 1.4. Bird has a lot of good backdoors working for him here, so no harm in peeling one. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Now, does Johannes want to bet a second time? Might get additional value from a hand like 4s through to 8s, 4s through to 7s. Maybe a hand that contains an ace calls a second time. 2.6 million will get the job done. Johannes adding 5 million to his stack. Felix on the button, 16 bigs, ace king off suit, and the decision. Don't like this from Felix. Way too big of a shove. Want to be raised calling with a hand as strong as ace king. Just going to take the blinds and antes. Fab with the min raise. Felix with the same hand in the big blind. Jack 10 of diamonds and the decision. Good re-jam this one. Might just want to see a flop. King 9 deuce all clubs is the flop. Fab with the jack of clubs in his hand. Felix forced to fold. I prefer a rejam with a hand as strong as Jack 10 suited there. Just plays better as a rejam. Sub 20 bigs, four-handed, and an aggressive player opening into your big blind. It's totally fine to call. It's just, I think in that particular instance, it just plays better as a rejam. We are the shortest stack. Bird with the min raise, queen 9 off suit. Ace 10 for Felix. Just moves all in for 15 bigs in the cutoff. Two ladies for Johannes in the small blind. Moves all in over the top. Bird out the way. Felix at risk. Johannes 70-30 to eliminate Felix in fourth place. Ten deuce is the flop. Massive, massive flop for Felix. The queen's going to need help on this river. River is the 7 of hearts. Sit back down, Felix. You're now playing 26 million. Johannes will still be playing about 20 million, it looks like. Massive swing. Evens things out a lot at this four-handed affair. Johannes 3-betting here with the King Jack off suit to 3.8 million. It's going to get the job done. Playing 24 million now, which is just 30 big blinds. Just under. Johannes with ace king. With the min raise. Ooh, Fab now with a very nice hand, four-handed King, Queen of Hearts in the big blind. Does he want to 3-bet or does he just want to see a flop? Just wants to see a flop. Jack 9-8 is the flop. Both players whiffing. Fab with a good shot, straight draw. Wet board, most likely just goes check, check. Does go check, check. Turn is the deuce of hearts. Like this lead from the King, Queen of Hearts on the turn. Wants to bet about 2.5 million. Goes for 2.7. Not a nice position to be in here for... Wow. Johannes deciding to raise. Very unconventional. Not expecting to see that at all. King Queen immediately folding. Getting a great price to see a turn card if it was just a min raise. It said 5.6 million on the screen. Seven, 6, 4. Johannes with an open ender and a pair. Felix just with king high. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Johannes betting tiny here, just 800k on the turn. Felix not going to continue. Felix with the min raise, Bird with the defend, Queen 10-8 is the flop. Pair for both players, bottom pair. Pulls check, check. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Felix taking this one down with his better kicker. Or pairing on the river, no one wanting to put additional money in the pot. Johannes with Jack 10 of hearts on the button. Ace Jack 5 is the flop. Felix with 9-4 clubs. Johannes with a pair of jacks. Bird with the open, the king queen. Felix with ace 3 of hearts. Perfect hand to 3-bet here with. All the better to 3-bet you with, my dear. 5 million is the total. Fab out the way. Action back on Bird. He could jam over the top. He could call. I wouldn't like to see him fold. He is gonna call. Calls for 3.4 million more. 11.6 million in the middle before we see the flop. Flop is queen 9-7 out flopping. Felix here did Bird with his king queen, top pair, king kicker. Felix not opting to c-bet. Flop going check, check. Turn the 8 of clubs. Don't mind the check back by Bird on the flop, but no harm in putting out a feeler there either. No, definitely wants to be betting. And if we're betting, we bet something like 4 million, 4.2 million, 4.4 million. Leave ourselves with about 10 to jam on the river on a blank. Good man, Mr. Bird, betting exactly 4 million. This is just too big of a fold with an ace on the button. Just the blinds to get through. I don't understand the fold there from Felix. Players going to be getting tired. It's about 7 minutes away from midnight. Players have been playing for days. Decision fatigue sets in. You only make so many good decisions in a day. Who's still with us in the chat? Let us know. Hope you're enjoying the action. Very cagey, four-handed. They've secured that ticket. It's not usually this even stacked when we reach short-handed poker playing for the title. Ace king for Felix. Bird in the big blind. 8-5 of spades. There's an ace already gone into the muck from the small blind. Takes it down with a C-bet. Dopey Aaron asks, is there a time when they can decide to stop playing for today and continue tomorrow? There is not. It will end tonight. Pretty soon they're going to be faced with a 1 million big blind. This could spell disaster for Bird. Mr. Bird 3 betting to 4.2 million. Johannes with the decision to just call or 4-bet jam. Four bet to 10 million takes it down 3. Now playing 4 million, which is good for 50 bigs, and that's about half the chips in play. %39% of all the chips in play does Johannes. Felix with 22%. Fab 27 bigs. Bird 23, the short stack. This could still go on for a while, folks. Felix taking down the blinds and antes with the king, queen of diamonds. Ace Jackman raising on the button. Ace 6-3 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Bird now with pair of sixes, open ender, Fab with the nut flush. Bird calling a second time. 3.1 million. This pot now 12.8 million as we hit the river. Check from the bird. Fab with the decision. Really wants to be betting somewhere around 5.5 million sounds good, unless he wants to go bigger. That looks like about 8 million, 7.5. Quite a large sizing. Hard to see how he's bluffing here. Raised to 2 million from Fab and Johannes here with the Jeffries. Blinds have gone up, and yes, that is correct. 500,000 small blind, 1 million big blind with a 1 million big blind running ante. That's 500k, a million, a million. $2.5 million more for the Queen 10 of Hearts to call. Expect we will see a call. Johannes facing one overcard. Fab with a flush draw. This pot now already 11.5 million. Fab gonna at least call here for 3.8 million. Wow, turn is the queen of spades. Fab checking. Johannes now facing 2 overcards. 19 million in the middle. Checks it back. River is the king of hearts, giving Fab the flush. Nut flush. Bets 11 million. Johannes forced to fold, and that's some swing. 39 million now, playing 29 for Johannes.
Nein, der Turn hat mir halt super viel Outs noch gegeben. Ich hatte 6-4, also mit Pair auf dem Flop und dann noch Open Ende auf dem Turn. Und dann ja, ich meine, das ist dreimal gemacht, auf jeden Fall. Und ich habe mehr Flaschen als
11 big blinds for Bird. Felix out the way. Fab with 39 big blinds. Easy to know exactly how many big blinds people have, apart from being in the brackets. It's a 1 million big blind currently. Six three deuce is the flop. Bird with a pair of threes. Johannes with a good shot straight draw. Johannes taking it down. Fab in the small blind, 35 bigs, A7 off suit, and the decision. Gonna raise, take it. Johannes and Fab basically dead even in chips. Johannes putting bird all in, bird folding. It's been a long day, Apocalypse. Hope you're still going strong. Well done on your bet. Keep it lit. Don't go too mad. Get yourself a few pints during the week. Fab taking it down. We have an all-in the call. Ace, deuce is the flop. Fab going to need a queen or a 10. Bird 57% to double up to 14.5 million. Turn is the 8 of hearts. River is the 4 of spades. Bird doubles up to 15 big blinds. Bird, king jack off stoop 14 bigs. Could opt to min raise this one, or maybe he wants to jam. Goes min raise. $2.1 million to go on the button with the queen 8 offsuit. Johannes going to let it go in the small. Big blind for Bird. Defendable 6-5 of clubs. We'll call and see a flop. That flop is 669. Off goes check, check. Turn is the three of hearts. Bird with the option with his trip sixes. That's 2.5 million Fab folding. And suddenly Bird back to 20 million. Bird completing in the small blind with King Jack of suit. Felix shoving all in from the big blind. Bird with the decision. 15 million more for him to call. Most likely going to fold, given the payouts. The ICM pressure and the jam from the big blind. And they're pretty much even in chips. 16.2 million is the jam from Felix. Bird with 18.5 million to start the hand. It's 15.2 million for him to call. If he folds, they're basically dead even. Two short stacks, and they're basically dead even to two big stacks. And the world will keep on spinning until we have declared a winner. This could still go on for a while. We can see he will be a 2-1 favorite if he makes this call. He probably wants to call. Jekyll Zero asking me, would I call? Maybe because it's after midnight, I might consider it. It's a really tough spot. If you think your opponent is shoving something like Queen 5 suited, then you probably should call. But there's no one shorter than you, right? Like just Felix. It's very close. You could go either way with it. We're going to be dominating some hands. We're going to be flipping against a lot of hands, and we're going to be doing well against ace-x hands. But perhaps we can find a better spot. I don't know whether he folded or called. He called. And here we go. This is a massive hand for this tournament. Four-handed Queen 5 for Felix. Bird making the hero call correctly here with King Jack off suit. Queen 10-3 is the flop. It's a very action-packed board. Open ender here for Bird. Top pair for Felix. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Ooh, that's a great card for Felix. He now has a flush draw to go with his top pair. Bird going to need help on this river. He will be crippled to 3.5 big blinds. River is the 3 of diamonds. It wasn't to be. Felix will sit back down playing 33.4 million. He will join the other two up top, and Bird will be running on fumes. And holy moly, 36 big blinds, 33 big blinds, and 31 big blinds. It's essentially the same. Very, very little separating the three. 3 big blinds for Bird. Johannes limping. Felix completing. Fab checking. Ace King 8 is the flop. Pair of kings for Felix. Johannes with backdoor spades and a 10 working for the nut straight. Not much in it for Fab. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Check from the small blind. Johannes deciding whether to double barrel here or not. Is going to double barrel a small 2 point 2 million. Not going to be enough to get Felix to fold. Second pair king kicker, or second pair jack kicker. Does make the call. Nice card for Johannes. How much does he think he can get paid on this river? Does complete a lot of 2 pairs for Felix. And he's got crucial straight blocker. If I was Johannes, I would be betting somewhere around 6.4 million to try get paid by a 2 pair hand. Looks like he's gone for over 10 million. Tommy would bet 5 million. I think, yeah, somewhere around that 6 million mark is better than this sizing. Although the reason is, like, there's not that many bluffs that run a bluff like this for 3 streets. If we want to get paid, we want to bet a smaller amount. That being said, 2 pair most likely going to call. We want to make sure we do get paid by a 1 pair hand. Therefore, I think 10.5 million is just a bit too much. Like, what hands would Johannes be triple barrel bluffing here? Not many. Not the way this has been playing for the last ages. Like, look how even they are in chips. Felix calling will get the bad news. Johannes forced to fold. Or fast forward. Felix forced to give away 10.5 million. 52 million now for Johannes. Jen saying 5.5 million. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Between 5 and 6.5 million is what I would go for. But he got paid for 10.5, so big pot for him, and that changes things. A lot of hands beating the king jack there. Massive hero call gone wrong. Bird all in for 3.5 million. Felix calling on the button with the king queen of diamonds, and now Fab with the decision. Fab folding for 2.8 million more for the ace-5 of diamonds. Golden opportunity to see a flop there and eliminate a player. As it stands, Bird going to have nearly 40% equity to double up. Ractoon says ace-5, it's a call. I think so. Maybe you could fold ace-deuce, ace-3 or ace-4 if they were unsuited, but ace-5 suited is just too strong. Barry in the window. Queen in the window too. Bird all but out of here. Turn is a 6. Yeah, surely the ace-5 of diamonds kicking themselves now. River is the 3 of diamonds. Tommy's saying really baffled by some of these plays, but you have to remember they're playing for massive money. None of them have ever had a significant poker score in their life before. 50 grand is a massive amount of money. That is why it's playing on for as long as it's playing on for. Bird out in 4th place, secures that ticket, should be very happy with himself, taking home €14,150. That means 3 players remain, ladies and gentlemen, at the ZTO Spring Edition, live from the King's Resort in Rosendorf. We are 3-handed. All players guaranteed a minimum of €18,900. And Johannes starting to pull away from Fab and Felix. Fab and Felix basically the same in chips. A couple of big blinds separating them. Let's just see how this one is going to end. Three bet from Johannes to 4.9 million from the small. Fab 2.8 million more to call with King 6 off suit. Goes in the muck. Johannes can really annihilate the other 2 stacks. He can put so much pressure on both of them. I hope he knows how much he has to adjust his ranges here. He can just put all the pressure in the world on both of the 20 million stacks. Blinds flying around, posting 2 million, 2.5 million every couple of hands will eat you alive. Like Johannes can literally just rip all in here if he wants. Neither player can call without a very strong hand. Now, I'm not saying I would do that, but as they get under that 20 big blind mark, you can just shove all in. Fab with a very playable hand in the big blind. Does he want to call, or does he want to jam, or does he want to 3-bet? All options are fine. Honestly, you could make it 6 million here. He could jam, or he could just call. As long as he's not folding, just decides to move all in. See, this is the thing. If Johannes had just moved all in, it looks like it's the crazy amount of bigs, 25. But I don't know if Fab will even call with a hand as strong as King Queen suited. I mean, he probably should. But now as it stands, Johannes is going to have to fold this one. $24 million, 25 million, just under, gets the job done as the rejam. I think that's his best play with the King Queen suited. Johannes not going to be able to call too light, considering he's in pole position. If he just keeps applying pressure to the other 2 stacks, he's going to accumulate so much chips. Fab. 2.1 million to go with the Jack 10 off suit. Felix in the big blind, very rejammable. King Jack suited. Moves all in. Fab folds. And they're basically playing the exact same stack once more. Deuce 5-4 is the flop. Felix flopping a set. Pair fours for Fab. Blind v blind. Fab going for a second barrel here. 2.7 million. More than likely just wanted to see him check this turn. Doesn't really make that much sense. To bet a 4 here. Guess you're going to get some more value from a straight draw or an ace high type hand if Felix did have that, but it's unlikely. Instead, he's got a set. Coming in with the raise. This should look very strong to Fab. Not sure what Felix would turn into a bluff here. Strange way to play a set. But they get the additional value from the 4 betting. 2.7 million. 4.4 million more for Fab to call. I think he's just got to let it go. Fab must be getting a bit fed up. He's had to fold a lot. Felix with ace queen on the button, making it 2 million to go. Johannes here with ace jack. This could be a huge pot. Not sure what way Johannes wants to play this. He could 3-bet I think it's better to 3-bet fold this one than just jam. Felix most likely will move all in. Yeah, he fires it in. Now Johannes going to be forced to fold a hand as strong as ace jack, unless he feels like calling, but it's for a lot of his chips, 25.8 million more. Johannes with ace 6 of hearts in the small blind. King 5 of hearts, 3.175 million. Johannes with ace 6 of hearts and the decision. Nine, 7, deuce, 1 heart is the flop. Johannes deciding to check his ace 6 of hearts over to Felix. Felix going to bet 3 million. Johannes should be calling at least once. Turn is the 4 of diamonds. Johannes checking. Felix most likely just wants to get the showdown. River is another 9. So Johannes is good. Johannes will take a pot off Felix and be playing 54.2 million. Felix calling, completing in the small. Calling into small with 10-9 of clubs. Johannes opening on the button with pocket fours. King 8 is the flop. Felix checking it over to Johannes. Johannes could just take this one down with a small bet. Bet something like 2.2 million, but decides to check. Turns the 6 of clubs. Now Felix having an inside straight draw. Wants to be betting this, doesn't bet, decides to check. Too much passive play overall by Felix. All these pots add up. Johannes, I think, should bet 2.2 million here. Equity denial. Decides to go even smaller, 1 million. We just bet like 2 million, 2.2 million just to check the river and stop our opponent with some random cards catching. River is the 5. Felix just with 10 high. Johannes wins another one. He's going to be playing just under 60 million now. There you have it. 60 bigs for Johannes, 26 for Felix, 18 for Fab. Lines are going to go up soon. This is far from over. Hope you're still hanging on tight at home. A lot of money and the title at stake. Ace King 7-9 is the board. Both players with a pair of 7s. Fab with a better kicker. Johannes spending $1 million on this turn, presumably to check the river. River is the 5 of clubs. Fab will win a tiny pot here if this goes to showdown. It does. Ace Jack of Hearts on the button for Johannes. With the min raise, will be a short break after this hand. Fab. He could go for a rejam here, but he just decides to call. Ace deuce is the flop. Like to see Johannes just check this back. Try let our opponent catch up. But he goes for 1 million C bet. Fab might call this for Queen High. Does make the call. Turn is another deuce. Johannes could opt to just check back. He does. River is the 10 of spades. Fab might call a small bet here. We don't want to bet too much. Bet something like 3.5 million, even less. 2.5, somewhere between 2.5 and 3.5 million. Might get called by a hand like Queen High. We would be forced to bluff if we had two random cards here, and Johannes will have. Okay, that looks like 5 million. 5.5. Let's make some more polar. Puts him on the nuts or air kind of category. I wouldn't be shocked to see Fab call here. But does find a way to get rid of it. Johannes now playing 60 big blinds as we go for a small break for about 12 minutes. I will see you all again in a few moments. Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. Two very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
well.
King in spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow. Ace, King, 9, right?
Turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how
So
do
I'll
you...
explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight. Right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day.
Right.
Before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
so
then got on the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
You went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner or breakfast at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten. Right. So your body's like.
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah. It's there's science behind it. It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating, 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
Like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail-biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
Oh, see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Where's she going?
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
I'm really celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
Alrighty, we're back. Three-handed action. Blinds are up. 600k small blind. 1.2 million for the big blind with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Felix raising on the button to 2.5 million with King, Deuce of Hearts, Fab in the small blind and a very rejammable pocket fours. Gets the rejam through. Johannes needs to just remain firm. Keep applying the pressure. Johannes on the button with Queen 10 off suit. Min raising. Fab. Big blind. King 3 off. 15 begs. And the decision. Red Luigi asks, what year was this played? This is as live can be. 30-minute delay. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. This is the ZTO Spring Edition. We are three-handed. They are playing for over 50 Gs total for the winner. They've both secured, all three players have secured the 10 grand ticket, and it's 44,500 euro up top. A66, Johannes min betting. Fab could opt to see a turn, but there's not much good turn cards for him. Just depends if he wants to go that route with King High. It looks like he does. Does call. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Now, once Fab checks, Johannes really wants to keep applying pressure. What did I do, Apocalypse? I called something Z instead of Z. Should have zigged when I should have zagged. Zagged when I should have zigged. Why did Johannes could have just bet him off this? Definitely has to bet the river. Johannes, please just do not check. Oh my god. A missed opportunity there from the chip leader. No showdown there with just queen high. We've no other way to win. We have to bet. Fab in the small with Jack 7. Flop is 10, 7, 4. Pair of 7s for Fab. Good shot, straight draw for Johannes. Fab checking. Johannes wants to be betting this. Betting a call. Turn is the 6. Pair of 6s now for Johannes. Fab's pair of 7s still best. Johannes betting 2.4 million. River is the queen of clubs. Now, if Johannes is telling a story, if he thinks his 6 will be good at showdown, fair enough, he just checks it. But he could have opted to bet to try to get his opponent to fold a 7. Maybe even a 10, although that's ambitious. Yeah, Apocalypse. I would always call it Z instead of Z. I don't know. Even if I'm saying the alphabet in my head, which I'm doing right now, I would say Z instead of Z. And does anyone know what the ZTO stands for? Oh, see, I said Z. Oh God, I can't do this anymore. Another day, another dollar. Fab completes in the small with Jack 3. Johannes checks Jack 8. Flop is 7-4 deuce. $40 big blinds for Johannes, 27 for Fab, 19 for Felix. You see the payouts. Johannes with almost half the chips in play. Felix in the big blind with jacks. Just going to be rejamming this one all day. As he thinks it's strong enough to trap with. Occasionally you will do this, but not three-handed. But he does decide to just call. Very interesting play here by Felix. We will see the flop. The flop is King 10-8, all hearts. Johannes with the 9 of hearts. Three of diamonds hits the river. Johannes betting. Whipping over his hand, but it's inferior to the jacks of Felix. Johannes will take a small hit. Felix playing close to 30 million now. Felix in the small with 9-6 off suit. Fab on the button with the king 5, raising to 2.5 million. Felix in the big with king 8 off suit and the decision. Felix checks. Fab betting 1.8 million. Felix most likely just wants to be calling this one on 10-8-6. Does call. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Any 9 now would give a straight. Fab going for a second barrel here. 5.5 million. Interesting stuff. Really repping a 9. There's a straight blocker holding a 5. Wouldn't be surprised to see Felix call 1 here and see a river. Felix folds. That's a big pot for Fab. So hand 242. Felix into small blind. Moves all in with Queen Jack. And Fab with King Queen. Gonna have to call this one. This is going to be a huge pot. And Fab going to be a 3-1 dog. 3-1 favourite. Don't see how Fab can fold. I know it's 20 big blinds, but we're three-handed. It's getting late. Fab makes the call. Would be left with 13 million. If Felix gets lucky, this nearly a 50 million pot. Fab going to be big chip leader going into a heads-up battle. Unless Felix gets lucky. And then we have a three-handed battle on our hands once more. Ace 10-9 is the flop. Turn is the 5. Felix going to need serious help on this river. River is the 5 of clubs. Felix has been eliminated in third place. Will take home €18,900 for himself. That means we are going to go on the shortest of breaks, 5 minutes, while we get this ready for heads up play. Who will become your champion? Which of these two will take down the title? Find out in a few moments. Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. It seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
King in spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, king, 9,
On the
right?
turn.
Well, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace, 9 or king needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros, I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Razvedov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, but chocolate.
Which one?
Like, just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like, they're good. And, you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well, good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay, I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most, like you said, it's a fat.
Oh, okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein, but.
Do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
All right, we're back. We're heads up. 60 million playing 40. 50 bigs playing 34. 9-8 of diamonds here for Johannes. Min raising. Min calling. With the 10-3 of clubs in the big blind. Pair of 10s here for Fab. Turn is the 7, giving an open ender to Johannes. Like this sizing from Johannes. Fab most likely just going to call a second time. Now, 4, not a great card for Johannes to continue barreling, but if he wants to get his opponent to fold a 10, 9 high, not going to win a showdown anytime soon. I mean, he can rep hearts. He can still rep a king. He just decides to give up. Not sure if we want to be giving up there, but it isn't a great river pairing the board. Red Luigi asking what was the buy-in amount. The buy-in amount was €230. Massive prize pool. Such savage money to be playing for a buy-in of €230. Kings knocking it out of the park. Fab making it 2.6 million to go here with the 10-4. Johannes in the big blind with ace-9. 7-6-3. Ten four, taking that one down. Fab with pocket eights on the button, making it 2.6 million to go. Johannes in the big blind with or Queen 3 offsuit, playing 23 big blinds. A massive difference now. 70 million playing 27. Let's it go. Johannes completing on the button with Jack 5 offsuit. Fab checking pocket trees. King 7 deuce. 2 spades. Trees checking. Johannes checking back. Could have opted to C bet there. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Trees. Be happy to get the showdown. River is the Barry. Johannes not opting to bluff it on any street. Just letting trees win a showdown. Better hands from the bluff it, of course, but he's just got Jack high. He's not going to be winning a showdown. Have to try take a stab at it at some point. There is the trophy they're playing for. And of course, a serious sum of cash, €44,500. Both players guaranteed €26,900 currently. So this is a 20 grand heads up battle. Serious cheddar. Fab completing with 9-5 of hearts on the button. Flop is ace 9-3. Johannes with 10-5 of diamonds. Johannes betting 1.2 million. Turn is the jack of spades. Johannes with the flush draw. Fab with the pair of nines. We'll just check back here. If he decides to bet again, it's to get called by diamonds and a 3 or a 3, and just bet something small here to check behind on the river. So bet something like 2.2 million, 2.5 million, goes for 2.7. Most likely get the attention of Johannes. See river with the flush draw. Does commit the chips. River is the 6 of spades. Fab with the check mark with his pair of nines. Fab taking that one down, now over 80 million. And for Fab now, it's just a war of attrition. Just keep grinding away at his opponent's stack. Does not want to double him up with 69 big blinds playing 17. He's got 4/5 of the chips in play. 80%. Johannes got some work to do. But it's heads up. Anything can happen in heads up. Like King Queen suited kind of hand. Could get anything going. That's a good hand to do it with. $2.5 million to go from Johannes with the King Queen of clubs. Fab calling Jack 8. Flop is 8-8-7. Trips for Fab. It's going very much in the direction of Fab over the last hour or so. River the King of Spades. This could spell disaster for Johannes. 9.4 million in the middle. Now, if I'm Fab, I want to get paid here. I'm going to bet pretty big. I think something around 6 million. Goes for 4.5. Goes for just under 5. This is fine. Johannes most likely going to call, having rivered the king. Will call, get the bad news. And now Johannes going to be playing 9 big blinds. Fab shoves all in with the Jack 6 of diamonds. Don't know if Johannes will call, but Queen 6 lets it go. And now you've just got to feel like things are within touching distance for Fab to win this title. Johannes going to want to be shoving this one for 6 bigs. The Queen 8 offsuit. Puts it over the line. This is close for Fab, but I reckon he will just fold because he just doesn't want to double up Johannes right at the moment. It's just a little bit too much, a little bit less. I think we just have to call with the Jack 5 suited. 5 big blinds or less, but that 6 to 7 big blind range, we can just let it go. Fab putting the pressure on. Johannes forced to fold. Johannes betting 1.5 million will take down a pot and be playing over 10 million once more, but it's still less than 10 big blinds. Fab gives a walk. Johannes with ace 10. Johannes 5-4 suited on the button. Could elect to shove this one. I know it's 5 high, but it's suited and connected. This is not the worst idea either. Just completing, but Fab just going to move all in, I would presume, with ace 10. Fab shoves, takes it down. Fab on the button, pocket fours. Johannes folding. Johannes now with 8 million, which is good for 6 big blinds. He's going to have slightly less than that when he posts his small blind. Just look at the amount of chips in front of that man there. It's going to be very hard for Johannes unless he doubles up very shortly. The title is going to go to that man. Johannes with an ace. Will be all in. King 10 suited, going to be snap called by Fab, and we are off to the races. Johannes 54%, Fab 46%, 17.5 million in the middle for Jonas if he can hold. If Fab can get lucky, it's basically a coin flip anyway, but if Fab can do the business here, the trophy and title will be his. Well, that's a good start in the right direction. Fab flopping the straight, big smile on his face. Johannes realizes it's all but over. He can hit runner, runner, club, runner, runner, straight. But a flop straight going to be hard to beat. 19-1 favourite is Fab. Turn is the 4 of spades, and that seals the deal. Johannes, commiserations, will take home €26,900 for second place and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. But that is your winner right there. Fab will win the trophy, €44,500. Congratulations to him. Thank you everyone for joining in. Be sure to check us out on all the socials. We've got a great new YouTube channel. We're on TikTok, Kings Resort Official. Check us out on the website, all the usual social media platforms. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes, and I will see you next weekend for the Swiss Poker Open. My name's been Dan. Catch me if you can.